muted?
I'm muted and not start until about 5 after. I'm getting some other stuff ready.
Copy that. Thank you. Yep,
okay,
got it. Thanks.
Sorry.
Hiya.
I should make a page with a
like a tune standby. Oh, bars and tone. Remember bars and tone?
okay, just so you know what I'm doing. I've got the live going on YouTube now, but I need to post this on several hoof groups. That way people don't have to join the Zoom. They can go to the live on YouTube. And for everybody that watches this on YouTube, I might get a penny. And now I need to find where this is playing so I can turn it off. I'm listening to myself laughing because when I talk on here, then it plays on YouTube. And then if I don't find it, I can hear myself. Oh. Anyway, then I hear myself like a few seconds behind what I'm saying now. And I was just listening to myself and I thought, boy, you cackle like a witch. I'm going to quit that. I don't want to laugh like that. It sounded horrible. Let's see. Okay, well, we're about ready to start here. Except I got so many tabs and things open, I don't know where I'm at or where I'm going. Just a second. Okay, so today we're going to go through some things that we talked about on the group this week. I posted 2 pictures of a hoof of Lynn Stillman's horse. Well, we know for sure one picture is her horse. The other one, probably not, but it would have been what the foot was like before she started doing tack. So we're going to go through that and look at some of the pictures of her horse's feet. What I really want to talk to you about today too is hoof distortion, but you won't understand hoof distortion fully if you don't I'm trying to do 2 things here, move windows around and talk to you. You won't understand hoof distortion fully unless you understand what the true foot is. And we have some really good examples. These feet are so good at deceiving you. And it's not that they purposely want to deceive you. What is happening is the foot is made to adapt and protect the horse. Now, I've seen some bits and pieces of lectures from some of these people in the hoof world where they talk about, oh, this marvelous hoof and how it adapts. It just adapts to everything. No, it deforms and it adapts to save the life of the horse. But that's not what you want. You don't want a hoof that's adapted to distortion just so the horse can survive. You want a foot on your horse. Oh, I had to look and see if I'd taken it off mute. I'd hate to say all that and then find out I hadn't, have to say it over again. You want a foot on your horse that is anatomically and structurally correct. And we have to say both. It's not just anatomical correction, it's structurally correct, because the anatomy is on the inner foot, but it grows a hoof capsule that you really have to think of more in a structural term. Like structural engineering. And you have to, I was thinking this week about how we need to see these feet in 3D in our heads. And I'm building a model for that, the anatomically correct inner foot, and then how that hoof capsule is supposed to grow from it. It is supposed to grow from that foot one way, only one way, and anything else is distortion from either the foot was worn, overworn, which can happen in different environments, or the foot got too long and collapsed forward because of leverage forces, which can also happen in different environments. Or the person trimming the horse either let it get too long or took other parts too short, like the heels or even the toe. You can take the toe too short as well. And so we want to understand that we are dealing with two distinctly different parts, even though they're connected, and they each have a different reaction to what goes on. And so even though you may take the foot with the capsule on it and you have the whole thing perfect and you can see it in 3D, you really have a 6-dimensional object going on here. And because for everything that happens to the capsule affects the inner foot and changes it and makes it move a certain way, while at the same time forcing the capsule itself to move a certain way. And so you are seeing two different objects connected. One is hidden partially behind the other one. And as hoof distortion happens, they're having different reactions. And so we have to come to understand this, and really we can do that. So you see, I have on here a picture. Let me find it because I'm kind of lost in Windows land here. Just a second. There we go. You see, I have a picture on here. These are two different feet. Now you see the capsule. There are certain laws that govern that capsule. And what we want is we want this capsule to grow from the inner foot, and we want weight-bearing equilibrium. We want unity between these feet, between these two objects. Now, the inner foot here is permanent, but this is temporary. Every single thing on this capsule you see right here, if the horse would have lived and gone at least a year or a little more, it would be gone. This would be no more. It would be dust, poof, like that. If it never got trimmed and all the horse did was wear and bust it off, everything you see here that is now preserved, that I have in a container out here full of alcohol and glycerin, everything on this capsule would be dust, gone forever. But once the horse dies, or once the horse dies and you preserve that capsule, that thing will last forever. Forever. But it's temporary. And so everything on this will affect this inner foot. If it is trimmed wrong, it will pull this inner foot into its deformation. That's why the capsule, we have to understand what is the exact shape and form of this inner foot. How does it work? And then we have to understand, how does this capsule grow from it? What is the proper way? Just a minute, I have to do something here. So we're going to talk a little bit about that first. I promise I won't take anybody into 5 hours of hoof history today. So, but I love hoof history because it really helps me to understand what happened to me, you know, and what's happening to everybody else, and how when these academics write something down, whether it's in religion or education, once they come up with a doctrine and once they write it down, it's like it's written in stone. Okay. Now I'm talking about the teachers, not the objects themselves. Like the people who teach about the foot of the horse, the people who would teach about religion, specifically Christianity. Okay. You have an object, that object is what it is, but then you have people that interpret, and they may not be interpreting quite right. See, I've found this to be the same with the hoof of the horse, the foot of the horse. The people even act the same. Oh, somebody left. Good, bye. I've found this to be the same with the foot of the horse, that it's almost like a religion. And that if you disagree with people, man, they do not like it. See? So, and that's because it's education, because anytime you educate people and this stuff gets written in stone, then it blinds people to the fact that there might be something else there to see that we need to look at. You see what I mean? Okay. So anyway, we're going to take a look at hoof structure, and I want to start getting you to think in 6D, because you have two different objects. Now, if you'll notice, let's see. Now I got to find that picture again. Hold on. Okay. So in this picture, this is two different feet. This was an 8-year-old Gilding whose feet were barely, if ever, trimmed, maybe 3 times in his whole life. He lived on like 40 acres. And he was put down due to the fact he was blind, and the people couldn't take care of him. Big, good-looking horse, too. And I wish I'm going to have to try and find a picture of his feet before I trim them, because you would think, OMG, you know, those are horrendous. But in reality, they easily trimmed up to the form that you see here. He had so well self-trimmed his feet. Now, there were some things that could have been better, like on the back feet. He had humongous frog stays, by the way, in the front. In the back, he did. So, you know, nature is pretty arbitrary. But we want to know the true anatomy of the foot and the structure of the hoof capsule and how it can fit, so that we, for our horses, can take control of nature, and we can give our horses the feet they were meant to have, that if they were in the perfect environment, they would wear perfectly. But there is rarely a perfect environment that you're going to find. Just like our environments, you find any environment on the face of the planet where people don't build themselves a shelter or try to overcome the effects of nature in one way or another. You know, even when you build yourself a fan to fan yourself, okay, you're kind of going against nature there, because nature's saying, well, I don't want the wind to blow today and I'm going to be 160 degrees. See, we are always doing things to try and overcome the causes of nature. So that's what we want to do with this foot, because first of all, we want our horses to feel the best they can feel. And this is why we relate the horse's foot to our foot. The difference being that the horse just has one toe. These bones comprise one toe. And our feet have many, many bones, and they are quite a bit different, but there is something similar, and that is we don't want to wear shoes that are too small for us. And we don't want to wear shoes that are too big for us either, because either way can cause you pain in your feet. It can cause you to injure yourself. So we know the difference between Chinese foot binding, for instance, where they came out with a tradition that, oh, if women's regular feet were ugly, and so they started binding those little girls' feet when they were little to scrunch them up and make them real little and then put a boot on it. And that was, they considered that beauty. It's like Bracy Clark said, the eye soon gets used to deformity and does not perceive it. A lot of times we're looking at deformed feet and we don't even know it. And so if we had gone to China back then and we didn't see the person's internal foot, we only saw these women wearing these little boots, we'd be surprised. Well, my goodness, look at how small their feet are. Isn't that amazing? Well, their feet weren't small like that. They were made small like that. And consequently, these women were in pain their whole lives. A lot of these horses are in pain their whole lives as well, because of the traditions and the teachings in academia. See, that's where it comes from. Originally, the farriers, they had some issues, that's for sure. But then when the vet schools came up and started writing down error as doctrine in the schools, and what is a doctrine? A doctrine is a set of beliefs or a belief that you believe is true. That is what a doctrine is. It is a teaching. And so they have false doctrines, false teachings that are considered true, written down in academia, that is passed on to all the experts that take care of our horses' feet. The farriers, the vets, the barefoot trimmers, all the companies that make products and everything else. Okay, so that's what we're learning about. That's what we're going to overcome by coming to a full and complete knowledge of the true anatomy of the horse's foot. So, and more and more is being revealed all the time. Once you get rid of some of the false ideas, basically the lies that have been taught for centuries, and you start glomming onto the truth, then it just grows and grows and grows. Okay, so one thing I want you to notice here, and that is this foot up here. Okay, this is the whole foot right here. 1/3 of the foot is bone. 2/3 of the foot is soft fat, cartilage, and soft tissues. Now, there's a joint right here, the coffin joint. And because part of this is firm and hard where the bone is, and part of it is soft and fat right here at the joint, this foot can start to be bent. The whole back of this foot here can be pulled under, and this part of the foot can be shoved back. It can be bent in the center. And what it can do is it can produce a false concavity. And that is what you're seeing in most of these barefoot trimmed horses. I'm going to explain something to you today I don't know if you've heard of it. Yeah, okay, if anybody's heard of this, let me know. It's called the 1/3, 2/3 balance, natural balance to the equine foot. Has anybody ever heard of that concept?
I've heard of
Yeah,
it, but
I
I don't
have.
understand how it works.
Okay, well, I'm gonna
I
tell
heard about
you.
it too.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay, Simone.
Well, it's already in Germany the same.
Okay, the same thing, right? Well, see
Yeah.
what most people don't realize, most people that are professionally trained in barefoot trimming know exactly what this is. And there's a couple of different concepts. And so I'm going to explain that today. I'm going to explain why it doesn't work and how if you apply it, you're going to deform your horse's foot. And I'm going to show you the two things that happen when you do apply it. Okay, so 2/3 of the foot is soft cartilage and fat that has to be supported by the whole back of this hoof capsule, by right under here by the heel buttress, which is a big triangular pillar of wall right here. And then you have the frog and the frog stay that is clear up here between the bulbs, supporting the bulbs up in the air. Now, as soon as you take these feet out of the capsule, the whole back of the foot falls down pretty much. And so if you didn't notice that or didn't know that, and you were to take the foot out of the capsule and you were just to look at it kind of like this, it would almost look like, well, look at that. That hairline goes clear to the ground, just like a 30-degree hairline. But look at the capsule it was in. See, this holds the back of that foot up. Now up here, you can see clearly where I've removed everything but the coffin bone. Okay, see this right here? This right here is the frog stay that grows between the bulbs. This is what keeps the bulbs separated. When you trim the heels out and pull the whole back of the foot down, around, under, and bind it in, it slowly strips this out of the foot. So that way it makes a whole bunch of room in there to be able to compress and bind that foot in there. Plus, another thing happens. As you're pulling the back of this foot down and you're pressing all that in there, it starts to bulge up out the top up here in the back. And they mistake this for building up the digital cushion, when in reality, they're just deforming the foot and squeezing it into a little tiny container so that it's bulging up out the back. Okay, so I can prove all of this. So we have to have, this capsule has to totally fit this foot. The lamina on the inside of the hoof wall here have to be in alignment perfectly with this inner foot. And what happens when you trim the heels too much, it sets all these horn tubules here at an angle that is too far forward, as well as you're pulling down all this cartilage and fat, and it wants to stretch back up. So we're just going to look at some inner feet here. Okay, so that's, yeah.
Do you have a picture of what concavity looks like? Because I don't understand it.
Okay, well, that I'll tell you what, we can discuss that at another time because I'm right in the middle of discussing this. Okay, and I'll show you show you some pictures, dear. Okay. Okay, so
okay, thank you.
Okay, dear. Yeah, because then I'll get off on a whole other track. But we'll get to that. In fact, I'll even answer that for you today. All right. Okay, so this is that same foot that we just saw here at a little different angle. Okay, now you notice the coronary band here, and you can see that it's got substantial heel, right? And so I thought a good exercise is I'm going to put together, find the perfect foot, inner foot, that has not been distorted, and have people draw a hoof capsule on it. Like, just a minute here. Trying to look for, oh, there we go. See, draw a hoof capsule on it. What would the dorsal wall be like? It would look like this. What would the heel buttress look like? Okay, it's interesting. The heel buttress is different than the dorsal wall. Let's make this bigger, just a minute. Clear. Okay, make that a little bit bigger. This would be a good exercise for people to do. Okay, so we would draw a dorsal wall down like this. Now you know how the hoof capsule, this part of the hoof capsule is called the coronary band groove. Here is your coronary band going all the way back to here. It should be straight. It shouldn't have a lot of rises in it, and it shouldn't be curled down like so. Just a minute. And it should be straight going all the way back to the very back here. So your inner wall is connected to your lamina there. And then your sole grows from a sole ridge that is around the bottom of the foot like this. Your sole grows like this. I'm not going to do different colors. Okay, and so all the way around, let's see, your wall is in this groove where it starts at the top and connects like so. And all these have to be in alignment, and notice that they would have to be getting gradually shorter till they came back to here. Now the back of your heel is connected to the heel, the wall, the buttress. This is the buttress. Connected to the back of the heel, the lamina of the foot. Now this part, it doesn't grow from up here. It supports underneath, like here, right here. That's what this buttress does right here. So technically it is a pillar. I don't believe in the whole thing. They'll talk about, oh, they got 4 pillars, and we've called the toe quarters pillars. I don't think so. I think this is really the only pillar you have. And I have a whole, now this is my opinion, that what they call the toe pillars, okay, that's just an area of the foot that the horse does not wear off as much because they don't break over in this much of their foot. When you think about it, a horse turning, okay, he turns over on this side, and grazing, he'll rock his foot back and forth. When he's breaking over at the toe, he's going to wear the toe a lot. But this side of the foot here, just this one little piece right here, they don't wear that much. There's just not enough natural movement to totally wear that down. And so how they come up with this 4 pillars thing is that when they did board imprints, when Gene Ovenick did board imprints on wild horses in 1986 and 87, well, they took and they painted the foot, and then they slapped a board on the bottom of the foot, and they would naturally see 4 areas that seemed to be higher. The 2 heel buttresses, and then 2 places on each side of the toe, and they started calling these toe pillars. And so then, because they thought they were pillars, they started trimming them a certain way to force them to bear weight. And what happens when you do that is then you wind up deforming or causing wall jamming up this way. So, because I used to call them toe pillars or pillars. Just a minute here. Okay, so then you get back here to the buttress, and this is what in 2016, when I was doing a detailed study and illustration of the hoof capsule in every single part of the wall, I had started up here, and I was talking about the part of the wall that is behind the coronary band groove that starts here, that grows down where it joins up with the sole right here, and then they grow down to the wall together. And so I'm talking about how there's that part of the wall, then there's this part of the wall. See, they're different parts of the wall. I was also going through the layers, how as you go towards the inside, they get softer. And so I got all the way back to here, describing each and every part of the wall. And I got back to here and I went, we have been trimming the heel buttress out of our horses. I mean, it was a day of epiphany. I believe it was January 16th, maybe I know it's January 2016. And I had been growing the heels back anyway, not to grow them back, but because what happens when you trim these heels out and it pulls all this down, it bends your heels and you get what you think are run forward heels. And so I knew structurally that these horn tubules will kick these ones back. And so I knew I had to grow some heel in order to get these horn tubules up here, which were wanting to shoot forward anyway, to kick all these back and to lift that up. And then I was going to lower the heel again. And so I'd actually been growing the heels for 6-7 months just to do that. Unfortunately, a month before I discovered that we were trimming this part out of the horse, I had regrown the heels on my pony. They kept getting mechanically foundered due from trimming the heels out. And because it can cause mechanical laminitis, because what's happening is you're trimming the heels out, you're pulling this part of the foot down. It doesn't want to be down. You've changed the whole weight-bearing equilibrium to where the foot wants to pull one way and the capsule is pulling the exact opposite way. And so something's got to give. And a lot of times these horses will get mechanical laminitis, but it'll get blamed on what they ate. So anyway, so a month before I found this, I had grown the pony's heels back. She was doing great. And I thought, okay, it's time to trim her heels down again. Why is that? Because the image that was put in my head. Now, I also had an image in there of another foot that looked similar to this that was on a barefoot entrepreneur's page. Okay, but the other foot was still superseding that foot. And this is what they teach, and this is what they believe, that you have to take that one foot of Jamie Jackson that wore its heels out and burn that image into your brain. And I will prove this. I will show you where they have said this very thing. And so you burn that image into your head of a heelless wild horse's foot with a 30-degree hairline. And then you just automatically, because it's like being an artist. In a sense, you're trying to form your horse's foot into that. Now, this horse's foot would never fit that mold. And here's another thing you need to know, and why the back of this foot can be so deformed so easily. This cartilage right here is not really connected. It's disconnected because it's made to spread apart when the pastern descends down onto the digital cushion. So this is very flexible in here. Okay, so let me undo this. Oh, clear all my drawings. Okay, so So you see on this foot, if I tried to force this foot to fit that model of a 30-degree hairline, let's see here, just a minute. Let me do this again. Let me get a different color. We'll do it in blue. Let's see. Draw. Well, let's do this. I don't know if that's going to work. So we know that this foot has to have at least an inch of sole under it, right? Like I said, you draw these capsules. Okay, now this form does not fit the barefoot model in any way, shape, or form. Ta-da. Here's your heel buttress. We'll put it here. Now this is what stabilizes the whole wall right here, is this buttress and the frog stay. So this is, you know, if you're going to burn something in your mind, burn something kind of like this into your mind. The problem is that this foot here could still be distorted. This part of the foot right here can be wrapped around and pulled into the center of the foot. And you could have a foot that is like, because I'll show you one today, that's just like this. We looked at it and we all went, wow, that foot's really great. And then I looked at it from an oblique view. This foot could be wrapped up and distorted this much, and you would still think you had a good foot until you looked at the back of the foot. And so I'm going to show you an example of that. Just a minute here. Because all of this here can be distorted clear up into here. You could be missing this much of your foot right here. And wow, then if you've also trimmed it to where the periopal is holding and you only got this much of your foot, when your horse was meant to have this much and for it to be in this shape, what do you think that's doing to the tendons? What do you think it's doing to the pastern itself? You know, I keep telling people that this kind of trimming can cause DSLD. People go, oh no, that's genetic. They've never, ever, ever found genetic markers for DSLD, as far as I know. Okay. But see, they claim this stuff all the time. They claim it's genetic. I caught a gal who has a rehab farm claiming that claiming some stuff was genetic on her page, and it was just her opinion. You know, in fact, she said, oh yeah, they've never found genetic markers, but in my opinion, it's genetic, because I've found this on a lot of horses, and it was rings around the foot, bunch of rings, but she was trimming the heels out. She was ramping, slippering the heels and pulling the whole back of the foot down. And that's what was causing the rings. Because I can show you, like, we're not talking about growth rings. We're talking about bulges. Okay. Because you just can't change the back of this foot and not have it affect the whole hoof capsule and the whole foot. Okay, let me undo that. All right, so let's just go through a few more pictures here. Okay, here I just give you an example. Okay, this was my mare's foot, but it was like this when she died. This part of the buttress was pulled down and wrapped around inside. And so I was able to take and pull it out like that. And so the hoof capsule was growing like this. Do you see this piece right here? This piece is real important. And it can be pulled down like this or pulled inward like that. And so your heel buttress is displaced. If it's pulled down like this, you haven't even got real heel buttress growing, because these tubules are like grass. If some piece gets trimmed out or covered over or whatever, it doesn't grow anymore. Do you see the difference? You see how that would make a difference, the support? Let's see. So the heel buttress here, supporting the back of that foot right there. What do you got here? You ain't got nothing. Not really. See that pulled down? So how's that affect everything on up? You know, anatomy, see, this is why it's called TAC, the anatomically correct trim, simply because that's what I was looking for. And that's what I thought that they taught. I assumed that with all these vet schools and everything else, that they must know the correct anatomy, right? And that all these trims and all this stuff is based on anatomy because they make it look that way. And they think that way themselves. They don't know that what they're teaching is incorrect. Like Bracy Clark said, the prejudices of one's early education are hard to overcome. Okay, wait a minute. Anyway, that's just this is what I'm showing, how the lamina on the foot must be in alignment, like what you see here, with the lamina on the inner part of the capsule and the horn tubules. When you see, let's see here, annotate and find a, okay, so, well, when you see, okay, so there's the lamina on the inner foot and on the capsule are the same. So let's say this is the lamina on the capsule, and we go outward to the outward part of the outer horn tubule, which is also in alignment with the inner lamina of the hoof capsule, which is connected to the sensitive lamina of the foot. All right. And you trim these heels out. If you trim these heels out and you bring this heel down to here, okay, it's going to change all this like that. The hairline, which was up here, is going to be pulled down there, and then it's going to change all the angle of the horn tubules all the way up, like so. And that is going to start forcing the toe forward. And this is what you see. What you see is, as soon as somebody trims out these heels and puts everything at a wrong angle, within a few trims, even one trim, you'll see the toe starting to shoot forward. Now, the foot will do, now this is easy and hard at the same time to explain. You see this part of the foot, it doesn't want to be pulled down there. It doesn't want to be pulled down any more than your nose wants to be shoved over to the side of your face. Now, here's an experiment I would like you to really, really do. I would like to take your finger and stick it up your nose. No, no, I'd like you to take your finger, just put it on the side of your nose and press your finger over the side of your face and feel that. Right away, you're going to feel burning in the cartilage of your nostril because your nostril doesn't want to be over there. The cartilage doesn't want to be over there. The fat in your nose doesn't want to be over there. Nothing wants to be over where you're pushing it. And if you just let up a little, the nose is following it. And then when you finally let up a lot and your nose goes back into place, well, you can breathe again. And then the burning in your nostril that was being crushed, well, it's going back to normal to where you don't feel anything, because you know that being healthy is when you don't feel anything. You don't feel inflammation. You don't feel any discomfort. See? And so all this cartilage is like your nose, but a big one. And when you trim, because this hoof capsule is connected and grows from this, you come in there because they put that idea in your head that you got to have a 30-degree hairline and this triangular face shaped foot. You come in there and you cut these heels. And I'm just going to clear all the drawing for now. You come in here and you cut this heel off like so, lowering the whole back of this foot. Well, this foot didn't want to be lowered. It's being supported up exactly where it should be there. See? Exactly where it should be. So you come in and you start lowering the heels, and it starts pulling this cartilage down. But this cartilage doesn't want to stay down, just like your nose doesn't want to stay pushed over to the side of your face, only there's a lot more pressure being exerted back in this horse's foot than there is in your nose. And so, just a minute here. Let me do a different deal. I'll do that one. And so when you come in here and you trim the heels off like so, and it pulls this foot down to the ground, of course, putting all these horn tubules at a more of an angle like that, this foot will start pulling upwards like this. It starts pulling up, and it's attached by periopal skin. And so the periopal skin will start stretching. And what happens is, which I can't really depict there, is that a lot of times this foot will pull up anyway, because it wants to stand up where it's supposed to be. It'll pull up anyway, but then the cartilage here will start being turned into the back of the foot. It'll be turned, this part here will turn inwards into the back of the foot, and you'll come out and you'll have a foot that is, well, it was like this, but now it'll start being about this big, and it'll still look like it has heels. Some feet after a period of time, that looks bad. Wait a minute. Running into something here. Some feet at a certain point in time, some feet, they'll allow themselves to be pulled down and bound like that by the periopal. But a lot of feet, the foot itself pulls back up and it wraps this part of the foot into the center of the foot there, and it produces a false version of itself. But the heel buttress here, this little piece here, has been wrapped around into the foot like this. And so you have a false version. Now, people come in here and they'll go, well, that horse has heels. No, he doesn't. This part has been trimmed out over time and wrapped into the back of his foot, and it's not growing anymore. He's got what we call false heels. These are false heels here, and they're not stable. See, on feet like this, a lot of times you'll see the wall looks almost like it's kind of melty in a way. It just looks unstable if you take like a dorsal wall view or something like that. And you're wondering why you can't get a clean connection. Where, let's get a different color here. A lot of people, they can rasp down the sole and the wall kind of even and level, and they can get a clean white line. But they can't get a clean white line from about here to here. That's because in order to have a clean white line, let's see, what color do I want to, oh, let's use green, what the heck. In order to have a clean white line, this wall that grows from up here has to grow down, has to connect correctly with the internal lamina of the foot and the lamina of the hoof capsule. They meet up with the sole right here, and they grow to the ground connected to the sole right there. And then you're going to have a clean white line where you could rasp the foot flat without a big scoop, and you could get a clean white line all the way. Well, come here, just a minute. You could get a clean white line all the way through, even back into your heels and bars and everything else. But because the heels have been trimmed out, this section here, let me do it. This section here, okay, that grows here, right there, that section is no longer connected to the sole in that spot. Your horn tubules have moved over this way, and your foot is being bent. Because see, this is another thing that happens. Now here you see the foot looks flat, but the foot starts getting bent from the back. The heels get bent up into the foot like this. Just a minute here. The foot starts getting, let me find another color, starts getting, these heels get bent up, the foot starts getting bent, and the foot is starting to go like this. The internal foot itself. This is why you can't get a clean white line right here. And why, oh, you could if you scoop way up, sometimes you can find one. Okay, but what's happening is this foot, remember, this foot is only half solid. The coffin bone right here is solid, and all of this is cartilage and fat. Just a minute here. And you have a coffin joint in here. I'm probably not drawing it right in the perfect spot. Okay, this part of the foot here can be bent down this way. This part of the foot can be bent, can be bent down this way. And what's that do to the bottom of this foot here? It bends it. It puts an arch in it, like so. You're going to see that. Now, they think this is normal anatomy when they see a foot that's all bent up like that, and an arch in a foot they've taken out of a capsule. They think that's normal, but it's not. Let's see. Just a minute. Clear all drawings. Okay, let's go move on here. Well, I'm showing here what happens. See there? This would be your foot. Everything's in alignment, but you've been told, oh, this is how your foot ought to look. So you come in and take the heel off and see how that changes the alignment of the horn tubules. Now, it's changed the alignment of the horn tubules on the capsule, but your horse's foot wants to be up where it was. So now the hoof capsule is pulling, it's all pulling this way. And your horse's foot is pulling that way. What's it doing? It's pulling the hoof capsule off the foot. That's the mechanical effect that it's having. That's why these horses get mechanical laminitis. That's why these toes shoot forward. See, when you had it more like that, everything was in alignment, in weight-bearing equilibrium, unity, and alignment. Your 6D model. Why is it a 6D? Well, you got your 3D foot that's in a 3D capsule. You've got two different objects here. And they have to be specifically, that capsule has to be specifically aligned with this foot in a specific way so that you have uniform sole thickness throughout, and so that the heel buttress supports the part of the coronary band that grows the heel buttress back here. And so then you come in, you take the heels off, you change the whole angle. An inch, a quarter of an inch, and I'm always shocked, no matter what, we should have had enough sense, which none of us did. Some of us did, some were smarter than me, to know that it probably wouldn't be a good thing to chop off an inch of heel on some of these horses and change their alignment quite that much. Now, here's what happened to me. I did that to my horse's back feet. I learned, somebody introduced me to ABC Hoof Care, Cheryl Henderson's trim, which is a Strasser trim. And so I trimmed the heels down like that. And I remember I trimmed a lot of heel off my horse. Well, what I would consider a lot now, which is a good inch. And I had him out in this pasture, and I went out the next day, and he had totally blown all the ligaments and tendons in his right hind foot. And I took him to the vet, and I had to lock him up for 6 months. See, because, and at the time I didn't understand what happened, but I do now. First of all, I didn't know, I'm sure his toe was probably long. And so then I just took that heel off like that. And the combination long toe, low heel blew all those tendons and ligaments in that in his fetlock on up. Yeah, and so I didn't have a stall I could keep him in, because I just had a little barn out here for both him and my mare. There's kind of a lean-to off one and then a little barn part. And so I had to take my garage and put panels as a corral and use my garage to keep him stalled up for 6 months. Now he's perfectly sound, but that was no fun. But it took me a while to understand what I had done and what happened to him, and that it was my fault. See, anyway. And here's the thing, guess what? I had dreams for that horse. I wanted to make him into a barrel horse for my daughter. And at the same time, I found another horse online, a mare that was bred exactly like him, that sold for $17,000. So see how that hurt me financially? Yeah. See, this stuff is killing a lot of horses. Now, I just put this stuff together in paint, so it looks kind of funky. And also, but it kind of gives you an idea anyway of what happens. See, here I'm showing, this is the foot. It should be aligned with the capsule. Again, you're dealing with 6D. You have to understand 6D, what happens when you trim those heels out. Now here, I did this before I was understanding some stuff about how the foot here, the cartilage can pull right back up here, and you'll have big, wide periopal skin, and it'll still look similar to that. Anyway, just kind of showing what happens there. I was messing around. These are all inner feet. Now here you go. Remember how I said as you trim the foot out, it doesn't just pull the cartilage down, but it'll start to twist the, look right here. This is the heel buttress that is supposed to be over here, sticking out the back of the foot, being supported by a big pillar of buttress wall. But what's happened here is it's been twisted in. Do you see that? Do you see how the bulbs have been twisted in? Because what happens is that cartilage will only be pulled down so much. And then because it's curved, it will start to flip inward like this, and it will get compressed and it will quit growing that part of the buttress wall. And then what you have is a false heel. You have side wall growing from here, but you don't really have real buttress wall. Well, it's like grass. It's like grass. You know how when you cover grass up, it quits growing? But guess what? When you uncover it, when you uncover this and when you get this to expand and open up, it'll start growing that buttress again. And this here, okay, so everybody said, well, this foot has got thrush. No, that's not thrush. That's the bulbs that have been squeezed together. That is not thrush. This is the bulb here. These are contracted heels. And if this was to widen up and frog was to grow in there, it would separate the bulbs. But these heels are so contracted. You know, I'm always telling people, what happens when your heels contract too? Well, this area here, see all these sole tubules? Well, they get compressed together. And so you can grow really thick sole on contracted feet. But guess what? That sole will keep you from, keep the foot from allowing the heels to decontract as well. So when you are trying to decontract really contracted feet, you are going to have to thin the bar and the sole out just so it will hopefully start to decontract. Yeah, you can see how, see? Now, do you see the difference? Where is the heel buttress part of the coronary band? See how it's wrapped under the foot right there? It's supposed to be sticking clear out here with a big, nice chunk of heel buttress growing from it, holding, supporting this foot up here. And this puts a lot of pressure, crushes the heels. I have one dissection I did of a horse that was barefoot trimmed where the cartilage in the heel turned to bone. We think of side bone and that where the cartilage is up here turned to bone, but we don't think of how this cartilage here in the heel can turn to bone from these kind of trims, from the pressure. Okay, so I just kind of give an example here. Here's that foot again. Now remember, I said when you take the capsule off, the back of the foot falls down. That's why you're seeing this looking like this. Okay, the capsule supports the whole back of that foot up. So again, you don't want to, another thing Bracy Clark said was, the eye, well, okay, I think I said this before. The eye soon gets used to deformity. They look at a deformed foot, they think it's the real anatomy. It's in all their drawings. All their anatomical drawings for hundreds of years showed deformed inner feet that were deformed due to the way that they trimmed them. And one of the main doctrines they had was that horses should always have frog pressure. So they were always lowering the heels to force frog pressure. And what does that do? It forces the toe to shoot forward. Only they didn't know how to shorten toes like we have learned through the barefoot movement. Yeah, farriers had no concept of shortening a toe before Gene Ovanek come along with the rocker toe. And I did the rocker toe too. And see, this is why it's so deceiving because, okay, so I started my YouTube channel and I was doing these trims and really I just started to share. I had no intention of it turning into a deal of people following. I had no concept to any of that. I just like to share, and I know that if you share what you're learning, that you learn. That's a principle I learned a long time ago. That was my main reason for starting a YouTube channel, not for seeking followers. And but then, oh surprise, some people did start following it. And anyway, so I learned how to shorten toes, and I started teaching other people how to shorten toes. And a lot of people started doing really well with that. It kept my horses from, some of them anyway, my Gilding, my mare, from, no matter how bad the trim was and I was deforming the feet, it kept the foot together. Because what really makes these feet fall apart is when you trim the heels out and the toes shoot way forward, and the leverage and the mechanical situation that then you have. That's when you can really get mechanical laminitis, because the foot is clear back here, but the toe is clear here, and that's just helping pull this capsule off the foot even more. Another thing that's happening, you're trimming the heels out of the feet. Okay, now right here you see the heel of the inner foot. Let's look at that. Right here is the heel of the inner foot. Internally, you have to have a section of this hoof capsule that fits that heel and connects all the lamina to it, and it is a specific depth. Like if you look at this, there is a specific depth from here to here. But as you trim the hoof capsule, the hoof heels, the heels out of the capsule, and all this is pulling down, but it's all struggling to go back up, you are reducing the depth of the capsule where it fits onto this heel. And so you are reducing, what would you call it? The connection and the amount of hold that is holding this foot in the capsule. And so you have a big long toe now. You have less depth of heel holding onto your heel in the capsule. You are really, really creating a situation, and they have been for centuries, where the foot is being pulled out of the capsule. See, and I've taken off enough hoof capsules to know they come off just like a shoe. So if you think of the mechanics of your own shoes, and how if you have shoes too big, you ever seen little kids walking around in mama's shoes? And how easy their feet come out of those shoes? See, you can create a situation like that very easily. But in barefoot trimming, because we know how to take the toes back, which I'm going to explain that too. In barefoot trimming, you're shortening the toe, so you're changing the leverages so that that toe isn't pulling off in front as bad, but at the same time you are bending the foot in half. Let's see here. And on this, I've just shown how much you can reduce the size of the capsule and compress all of this. Well, you just saw that foot to where the contracted heels, they don't always contract. This can be wrapped around and just folded right up in there. And then you can grow a hoof capsule that is partially the size. Now, again, this is the size of the foot. Here you see up in here, the legs, the tendons, everything. What is that doing to the tendons? What is that doing to the ligaments, the knees, the this, the that? See? And now, see, now they got groups that think that the reason the feet are having problems is because the body's having problems. Okay, but I'm saying it's all starting ultimately in the feet and traveling up. And that if you can correct the feet, pretty much you're going to have a lot better luck with the body. So again, this is your horse's foot. Your horse's foot is not this hairline here going down. Okay, the first thing we want to look at, two first things. All right, is the cartilage up here, is it extended? But then I was looking at a foot today, so you can be deceived there too, because what you don't realize is the back of these feet is way more massive than what we even can fathom. And so I was looking at today, and we'll look at that. There's a hoof on the group, and it looks like it has really good cartilage. But when the foot is turned over to that oblique view or whatever they call that, you can see that the whole back of the foot is still wrapped up behind. So she still hasn't got the true foot to that horse. So we're going to look at that. We're going to look at that next. Okay, so these are 2 feet that are online that were barefoot trimmed. And what I want you to know is these are deformed feet. See how the cartilage is pulled down like this? See how the frog corium is below the heel and the heel is pushed forward? So pretty sure that this was a barefoot trimmed horse that finally died, and they dissected the feet. And so they're going to look at these feet, and my goodness, doesn't that look just like my theory of what's his theory? The something arch theory. Okay, this, you wouldn't have been able to find a clean white line on a flat foot here, because this, well, look at the horn tubules. See how they're, or the lamina itself even is shoved forward like that. So deformed feet. Now, Bracy Clark said that it embarrassed him to find out that he had been making conclusions off of feet that were deformed. He said it something like, it embarrassed me in my first experiments to find out that I had been making, this is like paraphrasing because I can't remember the exact words, but it embarrassed him because he finally realized the feet he was looking at they weren't natural, they weren't the true foot, they were deformed. He said it embarrassed him. He'd made mistakes because of that, and his predecessors made mistakes because of that too. So see, they are making determinations based on feet that are deformed because they don't know that the inner foot deforms. Because why? Because the back of the foot, look, this horse was forced to land on his bulbs and his whole foot is deformed. Okay, so this horse's foot was not deformed. And again, you can see here, you see how I told you that wasn't connected, how it just hangs loose? That's because this pastern is supposed to descend and this is supposed to spread out. And again, the back of the foot falls. So this foot is off of a horse. The back feet were perfect and the front feet were totally foundered, had laminitis, rotated due to trimming. Obviously, it wasn't metabolic. Otherwise, wouldn't that affect the back feet? See? Okay, so and this is a perfect internal anatomical foot. It's just pieces. Okay, this, I can't remember whose foot this was. That's a perfect foot, perfect internal foot. That is not. That is, that's not. Okay, you see how it's deformed? Because this was barefoot trimmed by a Strasser trimmer that also trained under some of these other barefoot entrepreneurs. And so the capsule was too small. Now I want you to look at the shape of this frog corium, because this is the shape they all are until they're deformed. And so it can go two ways. The foot can totally contract, or it can just be totally spread out this way and that way, which is what happened to this. So the whole back of the foot, the heels were trimmed out. The whole back of the capsule was made smaller and moved forward. I'm not saying he had run forward heels. I'm saying from the back, the capsule was made smaller, cramming his foot into a smaller capsule, which, look over here. You don't see no bulge there, right? But okay, if you look here, you'll see it bulges. It bulges right there. Why is that? Because all this is being compressed and forced and causing things to bulge. Look at the way this is pressed out that way and just a different. Now, this would have been wider here with the frog stay and the capsule on it, but not like this. This is all totally deformed. It's remodeled and deformed the whole foot. And that is what barefoot trimming does. Now, you got to remember, barefoot trimming is not just trimming your horse to go barefoot. What has become called barefoot trimming is a specific method of trimming developed by specific people, okay, and based on two theories. One, that all wild horses are supposed to have one certain foot. Two, ground parallel coffin bone. Because when you trim the heels out, okay, it crushes the cartilages and pushes the heels up and makes the coffin bone ground parallel, when in reality, in nature, when the foot is natural, it has a slightly positive angle. But see, they were arguing about that for centuries. Okay, there's that foot. Again, barefoot trim by a professional for 16 years. Okay.
Linda?
What? Yeah.
That's-
Whenever somebody does that, I'm like, what?
Going back to that other picture where you talked about the bulge on the bottom of the foot, would
Mhm.
that cause a poorly trimmed foot to look like a flap foot instead of having the natural bowl of the sole?
Yeah, in fact, this one did. It looked flat. We'll look at the bottom of it here in a second. Yeah, this foot did not have that bent concavity look that a lot of them have. It looked more flat. There you go.
Oh, that looks familiar.
Mm-hmm. Say not all of them get that. See, depending on how they're trimming out the heels, there's different ways. You know, this one just went all forward and spread out like that. So, you know, I mean, you can see how it deformed the foot. You know, let's look at it this way. There we go. So this horse was put down due to having shredded tendons. Yeah. Okay, now this horse had a well-fitting hoof capsule. Was it perfect? No. You know, and it wasn't trimmed before she passed away. She broke her leg. And but this, do you see the difference in the feet here? Do you see the symmetry of this internal foot compared to this foot? Would I get some yeses or nos? Does anybody not see it that's here? I got 19 people here. Does anybody not see this?
No,
You don't see it?
I do.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. You said
Okay.
not. You does not see it.
Is it
I
no?
see it. I see it.
Do we vote no or yes on Okay.
I see it too.
Okay, good.
Me too.
Good. Yay.
I kind of see it.
Okay. Well, here.
Yeah,
I'll
I
let
see
you-
it.
See there?
I see it.
Okay, so feet are supposed to be symmetrical. Now, you can't really tell how totally screwed up that internal foot is from this capsule. But once you look at it, see, all jammed up and weirded out here and wider and bulging out there, and it's not symmetrical at all. What's more is when you're looking down at the heels, it's not symmetrical either. Now look at this one, same. If we were to cut down mirror images of each side, right? And that's what we want. Okay, look here. I don't know. I must have reversed that. No, I guess not. Put them on the different sides or something, I guess. Okay, so this here again gives you an example of how much the foot can be reduced. I have another picture that shows where she was able to restore a lot of this foot and it got a lot bigger. And also where it kind of looks like it has heels almost, you know. Okay, so this is that same foot that I said was perfect back there. Now, this is equine podiatry. And this is where they think that because the foot is deformed, here, let's really look at this now. I want you to look at the coronary band, how it goes down and curls under like that, just like that foot I showed you a while back. Here, go. And how when you're pulling this down, and of course you're trimming the toe back, so it goes back like this, how it bends the foot and you get an arch. And so everybody's scooping the quarter because they think the foot has a natural arch, and that's part of the anatomy. Well, it's not part of the anatomy. And so any theory that you come up with on how a foot functions is going to be wrong. Am I wrong? Who cannot see this? Is there anybody here that doesn't see this or thinks I'm overdoing it here? You're welcome to speak up and tell me why.
No, I totally agree.
Okay.
Totally agree.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
because that helps me confirm, am I crazy here?
No,
You know?
you are not.
Nope, see it in all the horses I
Yeah.
work with.
Yeah.
But how do you open it up then?
Good question.
That's a
Slowly,
quite long
right?
way.
Well,
Long journey.
yeah, it is
Yeah,
a
it's a long journey.
Well, you have to start growing the true heel in. You start growing the true heel in. Here, one of the reasons the foot stays like this, because they never trim the frogs. They trim the tags off the foot, just the tags. And what's happening is the frog is dying, and the frog also gets bound over by periopal, and then it just holds that foot right there, unless it gets wet, and then it all falls apart. See, that's why a lot of some of these trimmers that have become popular live in Arizona. And so in Arizona, it's so dry that you can maim these feet like this and have them hold together. But if
I live in the Pacific Northwest, and so we basically are in water 24/7. And I have a horse that has bound and everything that you're showing me, but I'm like, sweet, but how do I fix it?
yeah, well, we will talk about that. Okay, it starts with growing the heels, learning to grow the heels. And as you grow the heel here, look, as you grow, now the wall grows from the coronary band down, from up here down. And you trim the heels out, of course, from the bottom. But when it comes to restoring this, what you're going to do is you're going to apply some principles and trim such a way so that you can get the growth to start staying in up at the top. I want you to think of this. let's say the growth is not just growing out and down and being trimmed off, but a lot of it is staying and up here at the top. What's going to happen as it stays here? It's going to allow the foot to rise up like so. Okay. And so you're growing in the heels. You're getting the frog to grow, because the frog is what's keeping it bound. The frog and the periople keep it bound, but you have to do a what you call a controlled release. Like, you just wouldn't want to go in there and say, well, we're going to take off all this periople. Now, I had a friend that did that, and I did that to my pony, and that was a mistake. Because what happens if all the back of this foot here was just to be released and come out like that, it wouldn't have a hoof capsule to go into, and it would rotate up like that. Can you kind of see what I'm talking about here? This foot is bent. It'd be like if I bent all this foot down here, and then I made a smaller capsule. And the reason these feet hold together is because they have dead frogs holding them there, and really strong dried periople that's gotten thicker. Because here's something that happens. You see this periople here? It is a certain thickness and a certain texture, but when the foot starts to become compromised and the capsule trimmed out, it starts getting thicker and thicker. And it grows in on the sides of the heels and under the foot, and sometimes over the frog, to bind the foot and hold it together for the horse's survival. And so that's why these feet hold together. So now you want to release the foot, but you have to release it in such a way as that you are growing capsule wall back into the capsule and releasing the foot gradually. Because if I just came over here and totally trimmed out that frog and removed all that periople, that back of that foot's just going to like that, and there's nothing for it to be in. So let's go up here again.
And
So
as this, sorry, just 1 second. So as this transformation is happening, can the horse get lamer? Or is that a sign that you're doing it too fast? Or that basically you're just not doing it right?
well, you can't say every horse is going to be the same, but in my opinion, if you're doing it right, I think the horse is going to get better. He's going to start getting more comfortable. Just the fact that people aren't trimming the heels out a lot of times, horses automatically start feeling better. Because they're not constantly, see, every single time you trim those heels down, that horse has to go through a whole adaptation process, that foot, everything like that. I would like to say, oh yeah, they just always feel better, but I don't know. Every case is individual. Some are bound more than others. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't be in charge of exactly what you may be doing, so that might produce something a little different. But I do know this. It's got to start feeling better if your foot is in a vise and you're kind of relaxing and relieving stuff and letting it grow to be what it should be. That I don't know. I mean, what do you think?
Could I?
Yeah. Any opinions?
I have one.
Okay.
Yeah, I have one too.
You go ahead.
Okay. So my horse went through the journey. It's a year right now where I'm trimming after tact, and I get a good support from Linda. So he never gets sore, never. I guess he went to very different and very difficult situations where we have to handle it. There was blood, there was blah, blah, blah. But
Well,
he never
because
gets
tell him
sore.
why. Tell him why the
Oh yeah,
wet
the
weather.
the wet weather. Yeah, there was I live in Germany, so I have the season from maybe February till May, end of May, and then from end of August or middle of September to let's say November. Huh? It's wet and it's not that cold, but it's wet. So and that season, the periople band is expanded. It's not bounded. It's like explosion. So
Yeah.
the bulbs, the heel bulbs are also expanded. They are they want to feel free. And I have right now I guess the 9th shoe that I trimmed out in the last year. So the 9th shoe of he's growing after. And
the former capsule, right?
of course.
You look at this capsule here and you could see how small it would be. And so the foot is expanding. So you're trimming off the old as the new is growing in.
Yes. And this was some kind of hard journey sometimes, but I'm very happy that Linda helped me out every time when I'm
going through it. I know it's hard on us, isn't it?
Linda, could I ask you a question?
Oh,
please?
Well, yeah. Can you wait just 1 second? Who else was
I
that?
was just going to ask a question too.
Oh,
I'll wait.
Okay, go ahead. Was that Rachel? Who was that?
It was
Well,
Denise.
it's Mark.
Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
was just
go
going
ahead,
to
I'll wait.
share. I was going to just share about the soreness with the horses
Okay.
with the trimming from the original question. Is that okay now, or do you want to
Yeah.
talk? Okay.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, and then whoever that was before, please share what it was you're going to share. Okay.
Yeah, it was the person that was wondering about, do they get more sore type thing.
Mhm.
So I do a lot of walking videos, like I watch them walk before and trim. And many times if I'm not sure about like, is that too much support I'm taking away, that I'll walk them. And 99% of the time they are more comfortable and better on their walk. It's only the cases that have some rotation, really compromised foot, like one I'm working with right now is in 3 sections that it moves. So those are a different story, but even that horse that's in 3 pieces, her capsule moves 3, like all 3 pieces move differently. She's like a cow, for crying out loud. And she will even be more comfortable after the trim. But obviously she needs casting and dental impression material. But I would say generally, like if you walk your horse and then you do the trim and you walk them after that, they should feel better. And then sometimes if I take too much off, it usually would be the sole, right? If I start saying, okay, I got to get this compressed sole off a little bit sooner than when they're willing to release it, that it's sometimes I've found some ouchy footed, but that's different to me than the more comfortable. You can almost hear it. And for sure, I would recommend just using video and slow motion with your camera and watch them walk before and watch them walk after, so that your eye doesn't get deceived. That's how I do it.
That sounds great. Thank you for sharing that. See, and here's something I think too. All right, because all right, so they're convincing people that your horse has to go through up to 7 years of pain to build his foot up. Okay. In fact, I'll probably show this before the end of this, how they say this. This is baloney. Okay. I can see where there's going to be times a horse might be off and sore even from this, depending on, I mean, what are you starting with? You know, how deformed is the foot, you know, and stuff. But nothing, no, you should be getting better and better all the time. Like I went through a period with my gilding where I was really releasing the periopal between the bulbs and the cartilages. And you'd thought he got sore, but he never, ever did. Never did. And sometimes the sole looked like it was bruised, but because what was happening, okay, look at this. You know, you see this on this horse. Let me move this thing here. This skin is like a sock. It's all one piece. It's all one piece, and it's seamless, and it's like a big sock, and it's thick. It's thick like a Dr. Shell's gel pad. And so what happens to it, do you think, when it gets shaped like this and then crammed into a little capsule, and then you're releasing it and all this is moving? Well, it's going to move that corium too. It moves the frog corium, it moves the sole corium. And so there were some times when my sole looked bruised and had different colors to it, but that horse was never sore. Not like when I was barefoot trimming, okay? Not when he was going through the 7-year transition, you know? And I was thinking, well, that wild horse quality gravel crunching foot is right around the next trim. See, and it never came. And see, me, I don't want to buy boots if I don't have to. I kept thinking, oh, next trim, next trim, next trim. In the meanwhile, I was learning stuff the whole time that was wrong, and this and that. I was changing this and that. So even though I was trimming the feet out of him, he was still holding together. He didn't get mechanical laminitis, but he wasn't going to be running no endurance races either. You know, either this is barefoot or it's not. Barefoot is not barefoot with boots. You know, I mean, it's okay to use boots. I have no problem. Use boots, put shoes on. I don't care what people do. But don't say it's barefoot when you're just turning into a boot seller. See what I mean? Something's wrong. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I have a question before we move on too far. When you talked about building up growth in the back of the foot over the butt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, with a forward run heel, how do we prevent that from continuing to run forward as we're growing it up in the top?
Okay,
we have to kind of keep trimming the heel.
Well, to a degree, but here's the thing. You need to quit worrying about them run forward heels is what I think. Because, okay, look here. So I had this hoof expert, all right. Sorry, I just don't. Some people just drive me crazy. But anyway, I had this hoof expert tell me that this foot was deformed because he's never done a dissection in his life. So he doesn't know that the back of this foot falls down. Okay, it's all cartilage and fat here. I can move it with my hand up and down like this. You know, I can squeeze it inward, I can pull it outward. And so you see this lamina here? Okay. He comes back and he tells me, and he does a markup. And he says, see there, the horn, he marks this and he calls it horn tubules for one thing. He says, see there, the horn tubules are run forward. Okay, well, I don't know what he thinks he's looking at because the horn tubules are over here. Now, does this heel look run forward to you?
No.
Okay. So this heel, it looks like that because the back is not being supported like it was when it was in its hoof capsule. You see there? And so so what happens is when the heels are trimmed out, you see how it's pulled this coronary band down like that. Now let me annotate here. And whoever that was before, as soon as I'm done here, when you wanted to share something, I want you to share, okay? Okay, so the horn tubule grows down like so. Well, this foot is so screwed up. Like so, from here. And ideally, that's why you want your coronary band to be straight like that, because I need a different color. Just a minute here. Where am I? Because this one is not showing up. Let's use blue. Okay, the coronary band should be straight. And the horn tubules growing down and all in alignment and getting gradually shorter as they go to the heel. Just a minute. But what happens here when you're trimming the heels out and that coronary band is bending here, you have these horn tubules. First of all, these are no longer growing like that. They're growing clear over to here. You can see how it's pulled on the lamina on this foot too, because this is a real foot he's using. This is not a drawing. This is off a dissection of a foot they probably trimmed. And now they've taken the hoof capsule off and we're seeing how deformed and distorted it is. So now the horn tubule is there and the coronary band is down. Well, it's curved. Just a minute here. Draw, we'll do a different color. It's curved. Now, wait a minute. Draw. Okay, it's curved like this and then under. And so now, second here, this horn tubule here has to grow like this. Because look at the heel's bent under too. And so you can't be worrying too much about how run forward your heels look because they can't do anything else. But if you keep lowering them, you'll just keep exacerbating the problem. Is that even a word? Anyway, so what you're doing, you know, every once in a while you reset them, but see, as this part of the foot is rising, it's going to start straightening out the internal heel so that you're, just a minute here, so that instead of growing like this, it can start straightening up a little at a time. As the anatomy in the inner foot is released and returning up to where it's supposed to be instead of down here, okay, your heels that were like this are going to start gradually straightening up. What's more is this is going to unwrap and you're going to start growing more heel that wasn't even grown there before. And gradually all this is going to rise up and straighten up. And so that's why I say, don't get over concerned about what looks like run forward heels, because they cannot grow any way but that until you get some of this released. And as this is raising up and you're getting, see, here's another thing. Frog health, very important. Growing good frog, because that helps raise the back of the foot up like a jack and straighten all this out. And so it'll start growing better. And another thing that happens is as you release the bulbs, your heels are going to look even worse. Your heels are going to look, that's what happened to me. I didn't know that the foot was bound like that. And I came out one day and it had just erupted out the back. There was no blood or nothing. There was plenty for it to still enough hoof capsule for everything. But the whole back of the foot, the cartilage had just gone whoop, but the heels were still where the heels were at. And so I thought, oh, My heels ran forward.
Especially her dew claws. There's two in the back that are.
Really? Are you talking to me? Dew claws. Must be talking about a dog. That was you. That was
Sorry, I unmuted myself. Sorry, everyone.
That was funny because we're talking about the back of the foot, and I hear you go, especially her dew claws. And I was like, what horse has dew claws? That was okay.
Sorry, everyone.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's okay. It was funny. All right. So does that kind of, remember, we're dealing with a 6-dimensional object here.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Okay.
I just trimmed my horse last night, and I noticed looking at the pictures that there's a little bit of, looks like a little bit of bleeding in the back of the heel there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, I wonder if it's because it's moving and it's sort of disconnected.
It could be. And so have you got the message that we're not supposed to overly trim out that periopal in the heels?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, because it's still when you're releasing stuff is still wanting to move. And sometimes, who was it just recently? Okay, we need to look at her foot. It released.
Linda?
Yeah.
If you want to have a look at your messenger, I send you a picture from Dodo where the heel bobs are blowing out without blood.
Oh, without blood? Okay.
Without blood. Because
okay.
I don't want to horrify somebody here.
Yeah, really. Well, most of the time we don't have a whole blood thing, but sometimes stuff is wanting to release, like I think it's Christine. Is she here? Christine Krasinich? Anyway, her horse's foot in the back, it was expanding, and you could see there was some pus, and then it expanded. But by then everything had dried out and it had grown all new periopal skin. See, that periopal gets really thick and it'll bind that foot in there. And when it gets wet, it will expand. And then a lot of times if you've been kind of trimming on it and thinning a few things down, the foot will just pull away from it. See, it's pulling away from the capsule, which the periopal bridges the gap between what's above and what's beneath. I just think that's funny because it holds the foot onto the whole horse up there and well, it holds the capsule onto the whole horse and then grows from the foot, and like it just acts like intermediate savior or something like that to save the foot when things go bad. And it just does all these wonderful, amazing things. And the funny thing is, it's shaped, its true form is not supposed to be under the foot, like at all. Only a band crowning the top of the foot. So anyway, I could go into a bunch of analogies, but then everybody'd leave. All right, so let's see. Let me undo this. Okay, now who was that before that wanted to share something?
Hi, Linda. It's Megan.
Okay, good.
Hi. Yeah, so I just wanted to say that that other lady had a question about whether the horse gets sore or not after starting tact.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to share that with my horse. Well, firstly, you can have a situation where if you don't start releasing the foot from the capsule, you can have it rupture just by itself. So that's what happened to my horse, which is why I started tact, because we had like a week of rainy, wet weather, and her very contracted upright hoof, we thought it was a massive abscess. I shared that picture with you 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
But that wasn't an abscess. I think the periopal and stuff just got so soft that the cartilage and stuff just basically popped out of the capsule. Mm-hmm. So I think it's, either way, it's tricky. But I've been doing tact for 6 months, and I noticed in the first sort of month and a half, it was my horse was uncomfortable with what I was, not necessarily with what I was doing, but she didn't show any great improvement. But then following that, just every day, basically seeing her just moving much more freely. And the sort of analogy I have in my head of it is that it looks like every week she's getting a bigger pair of sneakers. You know, that's how
Yeah.
it looks like she's wearing shoes that fit her feet. She's
Wow.
not walking around in these small sort of stiletto, uncomfortable bound shoes. So I thought that was for me, that's really a nice way of looking at her. Is, does she look like she's comfortable in her shoulders and her wither and her back? Because she used to walk with a really, just looked very uncomfortable. And I did x-rays on her back and she had body work because I thought it was all in her back, but it wasn't. It was in her feet. So 6 months later, and she's just a much happier horse with much bigger hooves. And that's where the question I really wanted to ask you was, someone said a little earlier, and it just struck me that I don't have the answer for this, and maybe it's a naive question, but she said that the hoof, I think it might have been Simone, saying that the hoof wall has to grow into the back of the foot. And it just struck me that in my head, I was thinking that the hoof capsule, with all the soaking that I've been doing, can move, but it actually probably can't because it's horn. So that's what explains why the change in my horse's capsule shape takes as long as it does, because is that correct?
Well, yeah, but it is a combination of both, because this hoof capsule is way more elastic and movable than what we ever thought. And I'll show you a picture of that too. So both, it's doing both. See?
Okay, great. Yeah, that's interesting. So it's not a cement cast material. There's movement in it, but then you also have to be encouraging the growth in the correct places.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's a combination of both. Here, I'm going to show you a quick picture.
Great, thank you.
That's amazing what you shared. That blesses me so much, to hear that. Let me show you a picture here. Just a second. Let's see, where am I at? Take me a second. Well,
I must say, I wish we weren't on Zoom, because the amount of times you make me laugh, and I just wish we were in the room and you could see that you cracking people up.
Oh, okay.
Your little comments and things.
Well, thank you for telling me that. Well, how come I'm having a hard time finding my horse's feet? Where are you, Valor? Oh, there you are. Okay, well, I'm just going to go ahead and put this on new share while I'm looking for the picture, so you can see just kind of a rundown of some of the documentation. I can't remember. This was when were you? See how weird feet can look? When you're used to that. Just a minute. Let me see. New share. Okay, so I popped out one of them pictures. You see, this kind of stuff freaks you out when you see bulbs like that, and you're used to those little tight bare feet with no heel, but you don't even know they don't even have heel. You think that is heel. That's why in barefoot trimming, people say, well, we're not trimming the heels out of stuff. They've got heel. They don't recognize. You don't recognize that's what you're doing. See? So let me go back to here. Okay, so I mean, I can go take you through this and show you so many different forms this foot has taken on. Trying to find the true foot of the horse, trying to straighten stuff out, trying to get run forward, horn tubules to move back, you name it. But let's see, I want to show you right here. This was in 2020. I did this experiment of trimming out periopal between the bulbs, and that I didn't know was all periopal. Okay, and so here's where I started. I had a boot that I put on this foot, And I only wanted to do it 1 foot in case it turned out bad. so anyway, that doesn't sound good, but whatever. All right, so here's where I started in 1221. I booted him with a plastic bag over his foot, and I used CF Crosley's hoof paste, which is like hand lotion. And I smooshed it all over the foot and the frog, and I cleaned out between the bulbs. And this was on 12/21/20. Okay, now notice how small the hoof capsule looks. Look at the dish here.
Linda.
Oh gosh darn, there we go. Okay, here we are. Thank you for saying something. Okay, so here's where I started. And you see how rounded. Now, see, I knew something was up because from the bottom, I had a foot that I thought was pretty good. But when I'd look at the side, I knew that the cartilage up here was not right. All right. But from the bottom, and I'll show you a picture of the bottom of the foot, it looked like a really good foot. And so I knew something was up. And in the wet season, my foot would expand and the cartilage would expand and it looked really good. And then when it dry up, it all dry up and look the other way. So I took and I cleaned out between the bulbs and I put a boot and a plastic bag to keep the foot moist. Okay, so this was on the 21st. 2 days later, on the 23rd, you can see how different the cartilage looks. Can everybody see that?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so I rebooted, I trimmed some more, and this is on the 24th. Look at the cartilage compared to here. Now, what I want you to notice is look at the dish and the hoof. Look at how run forward the heel looks. Look, it's not as dish, not as run forward here. And look over here how the heel is standing up and there's no dish in the dorsal wall at all. It's kind of dark, but can you see that? Can you see the extension of the cartilage here?
Yeah.
How straight the coronary band is? How it actually raised the back of the foot and straightened the heel out?
Wow.
So see these capsules, though they're alive for one thing, they're living and they're full of moisture and they're very much more movable. They're just a shell. See, they're just a shell. And so that shows you how much with moisture a foot can move, plus of what I was trimming. So let me show you something.
Linda,
Yeah.
Did the heels eventually go further back to support the bulb that has come out? Because it looks as if, you know, in the last picture, straighter, you can see that the bulbs have expanded, but I can see that the capsule is perhaps a bit too small for that, for those bulbs.
Exactly.
So how did it take for the heel to actually catch up with the bulbs that had released at the back?
Well, my experiment came to an end because my boot broke.
Oh.
All right. so that was in 20, but 6 months later, I started with all the feet doing the same thing. Okay, only not with boots. It was in the rainy season. And so the feet started expanding. And because see, as soon as the foot dried out, it went back to similar. See, all that just shrunk right back down. Now, why is the wall dished like that? Because when all this internal anatomy of the foot is pulled under and bound in under here, it pushes up into the coffin joint, which pushes the short pastern bone and the coffin joint forward. See, notice this. See that lump? Okay, look here. No lump there, right? That's because all this anatomy was pushed up into that joint, pushing the whole thing forward. And what does that do? That rotates the coffin bone and pushes it down. And what's it doing to the hoof capsule? It's pushing the whole hoof capsule forward, and it's pushing the internal foot that way and the toe back like that. So it creates this dish. See, it wants to flare. The toe wants to pull forward while the internal foot of the toe of the internal foot is pushing down. Again, what are we dealing with here? We're dealing with a 6-dimensional object. All right. We're dealing with a foot that in and of itself has a specific way it wants to be. See, this foot wants to be this way right here. That's why it did that, because I loosened enough of that periopal and everything that was going on that it could expand to where it wanted to be. But as of yet, the hoof capsule had not caught up with that. See, if I could have kept going and understood some of the things I do now, I would have been much further ahead of the game. In fact, I can look back at places I've been where I was like, if I just would have known a few things, I could have tweaked this and that and could have kept going instead of reverting back to where I was. Like, there's lots of things I didn't know. I didn't know a lot of times how all this could push up into the coffin joint and push the whole thing forward and tip the front of the foot down, and it's bending the whole foot, and there's all this stuff going internally. Meanwhile, the hoof capsule, it's got its own idea where it's going and things like that due to the binding and internal action that's going on inside. So let me show you a couple things here.
Linda, can I ask a question here? I'm
Oh,
here with
sure.
the first time. Hello,
Sure.
everybody. My name is Monica. I'm from Germany.
Oh, sure,
I was
Monica.
I was wondering if you, at that time where that third picture went, when you would have supported the heel buttress with, like, I don't know, with some kind of cushion or whatever, would that heel stay the same even though it would dried out, or would it
Yeah.
still be bound under?
I think if I could have put something on it and supported it, and kept going in that direction, that would have helped for sure. That would have helped, and then I could have grown the capsule in to fit that. Because see, I'll show you a picture later where I started again in the rainy season, and how part of this coronary band spread out that had been formerly bound under, like what I show how it quits growing, heel buttress, and I can show you where new buttress that had, well, probably maybe grew years ago, total new buttress started to grow. But the funny thing was, okay, so this gets curved under, right? So when it's released, it uncurves like this, and the buttress it grew was rounded like that because it's so hard to explain. This is curved under, but it's releasing its growing capsule as it's uncurving like this. So the buttress it grew, there was this rounded piece right here.
Oh, I see. All right. Okay.
So see, I don't think we should overly worry about run forward heels and this and that. See, that's the big thing in barefoot trimming. It's all, oh, run forward heels, you know. Well, when you're barefoot trimming, you're curving this whole thing down so that it can only grow that way. And so when we're correcting it, we're straightening it all out. And the last thing you're going to grow in is your final and true heel buttress. And then after that, your true frog stay. And Bracy Clark called he named the frog stay, and he called it also the bolt. Now, we know what a bolt does, right? You put a bolt in somewhere, you tighten it up, that ain't going nowhere. And so we're moving the whole coriums that grow the hoof capsule, and then we're growing in the hoof capsule after it. We're changing boundaries, and we're loosening stuff up so that stuff can be released, but in a controlled manner as much as possible, so that you don't have wounds and stuff. Like I had been growing his heels in for quite a while, so even though it was being released, he still had something to release into. He wasn't totally trimmed out like he used to be. Let's see. So let me show you. Let me go back to here, and I will show you when I thought I had a good foot. And just a second here. In reality, it wasn't. This was in 2019. Okay, so this foot on the left, I thought I had a good foot. I mean, look at, I've got full sole in the heel platform. Look at there. I got a clean white line all the way around the foot. I've got a healthy frog. You don't see, you don't see any thrush or nothing like that. I thought I had a good foot. Well, come to find out. See, let me show you what it looked like from the side. Just a second here, if I can find that. Okay. You share. But this is what it looked like from the side. Look at the cartilage. So even though I'm seeing what I think is a healthy foot on the bottom, look at how there's this bulge here. See, now the wall doesn't look excessively dished, but I know I've still got a bound foot because the cartilage does not look like this. This is not anatomically correct. So even though, let me see, I can find that foot again. Even though I've got a foot that looks like this, now here's the heel view of the same foot. Look at the sole. I had worked for so long to get good sole in the heel platform, because a lot of times what you see is you see concavity here. Well, the heel sole platform should not be concave. All right, they should have a big solid platform here. And so I finally had all this wonderful sole and looked like what was strong bars and everything like that. But this cartilage looked like that. And I know from enough dissections that ain't what it's supposed to look like. So that's 11/30/19, and this is 11/30/20, and it's better, but it's still not correct. And so those pictures I just showed you, what was the date on that? I can't even remember. Wasn't that in December? See, because I'm still thinking the same thing, clear up into them that something's wrong, my cartilage is not working out. So just a minute here. Let me do screen share. Okay. Oh, just a second. I'm lost. New share. Okay, so that's when I started cleaning out between, you see this here? That's periopal. All right, and that periopal can grow up clear into here, and all over a lot of places. Anyway, so this is when I started removing it. And my foot's, look at the heels. Remember how I showed you how the heel buttress curves around and in like that? Okay, look at the heel, how it's curled in like this. The whole back of the foot is curled in here, and it's hidden. It's hidden. There's actually a gap right here, and this is a piece of periopal growing over it. like
Like
that.
that?
See, yeah,
So we're not removing that periopal anymore?
no, we are, but this periopal here has to be removed in a very controlled manner so that you don't release the foot. No, we are removing that.
All right.
Okay. This is what I'm explaining, but I hadn't done that before here. When I started removing that, well, I'll show you a picture. Okay. Look kind of horrible, but there was no blood. Okay. There was no blood or nothing. Let's see. New share. So I doing this. See, some of this stuff I don't like to share because I'm afraid people just go indiscriminately tearing up periopal. And then you release your horse's foot too soon when he ain't got nothing. You know, you got to start growing in heel first. You understand? You have to start increasing the size of the capsule. You cannot just go, oh, well, let's just take this out and have it go voila. See, that's why I don't like to share some of this stuff, because then people go, oh, well, I'll just go do that. And, you know, or better yet, I'll go start me a hoof course and charge people $800 to do it so they can kill their horse another way.
Okay, so hypothetically, that was probably the answer to my question, is that if you did go guns a-blazing and did it all, then basically your horse's foot would fall off and you would kill it?
No, well, no, not necessarily would you kill it. No, they're already doing that. No, his foot wouldn't necessarily fall off, but if it erupted out the back, and people think it's an abscess, you see you see this happen all the time. The foot's pulling out of the capsule because they don't know that it's bound up in there to begin with. All right. And they're always talking about abscesses. Have you noticed there's an abscess epidemic in barefoot trimming? For two reasons. One, either the back of the foot, it's been moist and wet, and the back of the foot says, oh, I can finally escape out of here because there's all this pressure on it wanting. See, there's constant pressure. That foot is jam-packed, loaded in there under constant pressure. And it's wanting to erupt out anyway. Okay. Or two, because the heels have been so trimmed out and it's such a false foot that the heels have gone, and the heels of your capsule are actually laying over and binding up the true inner heel, and it's rubbing it raw and making it irritated, and then it causes an abscess, which is actually a wound due to the capsule form. Let me see. Well, let me find a picture to show you here, kind of on what I did that would be appropriate. Let's see here. Just a second.
And I don't know about anybody else, but I do like to see sort of your process of how you've come to all of this knowledge, right or wrong, right?
Yeah.
Because then, you know, holy shit, I've gone totally wrong and this is not good because you've shared that information.
Okay, well, let's see. How did I come to this conclusion? Well, I already knew the feet were bound up. Okay. What I didn't know was that the periopal in the center could bind it up and keep it there. See, you see this picture here? Okay, so this is in 1221. That's when I remember I showed you those 3 feet that I did the experiment on where the whole foot expanded. You know, so a lot of that binding was from just this little piece of periopal right here. See that? I had never really cut that out before or trimmed that out. So that's what helped on that. But come to find out, there was way a lot more to it. But right now, I only share that privately with people. All the stuff that I did to find this out and stuff like that. For the simple reason that you have a lot of freaking jerks out there that want to be the latest hoof guru, and they don't give a crap about you. All they want to do is make money off of you. And they don't have a freaking mind of their own, right? So they come here, they join this group to get a little bit of information, to go out there and spread it around and charge you to do their markups and charge you for their crappy classes and stuff to try and make money off of you. So see, in these hoof chats, which are free, and TAC is free, most of it to learn, well, just because there's parts that I'm not telling people and stuff, because these people are nothing but intellectual thieves. And here's the thing, I think that we ought to stick together, and this has always been my goal, was to find the truth. If I could restore my horse's feet, and I knew for sure they were restored, then that might be something I might write a book on and maybe make a little bit of money, you know, or something like that. Never, ever was this meant to be a thing where some woman could just come in here and steal partial information and go out there and claim to be the latest, greatest. See, because all she's doing is hurting people. And people have been hurt enough, and horses have been hurt enough. And so my idea is that we find the truth. Each one of you becomes an independent researcher, proving whether these things are true or not. And all of this becomes data that we put together to form a whole picture so that we can change the status quo, so that we can change this horrible thing that is going on. You know, people's horses are dying over this. Horses are being constantly tortured and maimed. The worst part of it is it's no longer just the experts doing it to your horse. Now, see, they make money teaching you a class so you can do it to your own horse. See, isn't that just so special? Hey, do I sound a little bitter? It's because I am, because I hate what's going on. Now, I know nobody's doing it on purpose, but a lot of these people are in the academic field, okay? They're the experts. They're supposed to know. You know, their science should have been based on more than one dead wild horse that wore its heels out. Okay, and so whether they did it on purpose or not, in the end, what didn't make any difference for my horse. I picked it up and I ran with it and I spread it all over YouTube. See, I have lots of videos that are totally wrong. Well, they're mixed with truth and error, you know, and I've tried to put disclaimers on as many as I can. I found some today. Okay, here's what happened. I hired this company to do some work for me, to make first of all, to make a web page, not for me, for TACT, for the people of TACT around the world. So that eventually we could get this research together, put it together, and try and help as many people as possible. And in the deal, they said, well, is your channel monetized? And I went, no. And they said, well, we could do that for you too. We'll monetize it. Well, I had a lot of videos I put on private because it was when I was sharing stuff that was so incorrect. Well, they didn't know that. So they just unprivatized them all and put them out there. Well, today I find a whole series I did that I totally forgot about on barefoot trimming. Okay. And as far as barefoot trimming goes, it was a pretty good series, you know. But I was trimming out the heels, and then because the toe was stretching out, I was teaching how to rock her back and take back the toes. And I mean, I had it all down to a science, you know. And I'm listening to myself, and I'm almost wanting to throw up the whole time, you know, because I sound so much like I knew what I was talking about. And I absolutely believed what I was talking about. But in truth, what I was teaching, which is what the barefoot movement believes in the 1/3, 2/3 balance of the equine hoof, was in total error. Okay. Now, I was teaching some good stuff like how to trim the bars and, how to rasp right and different things like that. But I had figured out a system of mapping based on Gene Ovenick's 1/3, 2/3 balance to the equine hoof that was not correct. And so I want to show you right now how that works. Okay. So before I do, what you're going to find is that happened on my horse is the heel started to uncurl, the foot started to widen out, and new buttress started growing in. All right. So right now, though, I want to take a moment to explain to you about the 1/3, 2/3 balance of the equine foot. We'll just do it on these feet. Doesn't matter what feet you do it on. So I'm going to show you the basic belief here and why it doesn't work and how it leads to severe hoof distortion. Let's see here. Okay, so let me annotate and we'll get this. Okay, so Gene Ovenick did this research and it's under Wild Horse Hoof Pattern offers hope to domestic horses under Ovenick. All right. And so I've been reading that study for years. And so there are some things in that study that are very good because most of these horses had relatively anatomically correct hooves. But here's the thing, you cannot study the outside of the hoof capsule and say that that is the anatomy and that is the way it is supposed to be. You have to know that internal foot. And here's the mistake they make is they never remove the hoof capsule and look at the foot. And if they do remove the hoof capsule and look at the foot, they don't know that it was already deformed by the hoof capsule that was worn or trimmed wrong. So these are two mistakes that they make. But I'm going to show you the basics of why, and you can look it up on the web. Just look up 1/3, 2/3 natural balance to the equine foot, and you're going to see some images about it. And you're going to see, and if you look at ELPO, which I really, you need to know this, that out of everybody, Gene Ovenick is a fine gentleman and he is just the greatest guy there is. But I believe that, and I love his research and what he has tried to do, Equine Lameness Prevention Organization and the natural balance shoeing and all that. But there are some major flaws in his reasoning that he did when he did the board imprints on the wild horse feet, things that he didn't know, things that nobody ever knew. And the only reason I know it is from photos and being obsessed in wanting to fix my horse. Okay, that's it. That's it. It's not because I'm smart or brilliant or nothing. Okay, it is being obsessive compulsive. I screwed up my horse. What do I do now? I got to fix him. And so I'm going to have to learn to understand what the heck is going on here. Because, see, I was raised around wild horses, so I know that the concept that they teach is true. I am firmly convinced. I know for a fact it's true. And so in his research, say, I'll give you the basics of it. We could go into it deeper. So basically what they teach and what he learned from the wild horses is that you have, okay, they call this the dimple right here. Well, either that or this or whatever. But anyway, the base of the frog, the widest part of the frog, okay, from here to here, okay, and the widest part of the foot, okay, you see, you take this and you divide it in half, right there, that's 2/3. Yeah, wait a minute. This don't do it like what I want. Just a second here. Hold on. Now you got to know that many people are judging how the hoof should be from this principle theory that I'm going to show you. All right. So I want to take this though and put it in paint. Just a minute. So let me do that real quick. Okay. So gotta move something here. Got all this stuff in the way. Okay. So the theory is, oh, wait a minute. Wait, new share. Okay, you guys, you're not on the ball. There we go. All right. So the theory is this: from the imprints he took of the wild horses. Now he did over 100 horses, and what they did was they took a board, or they painted the bottom of the foot, and then they just laid a board on the foot. The horses, I'm sure, were put in hydraulic chutes and flipped over. And then he put a board on the foot, and then he measured the angles of the foot, and he did all kinds of measurements. And then he put this together in a study. Well, then others took this study and kind of claimed it and developed all kinds of barefoot so-called trims based on it. So Gene developed a way of shoeing and a way of trimming, and that's the trim I started with. So now this is the basic theory, and that is that you got your true apex of the frog. Let's second here. Okay, that's good. Got your true apex of the frog, which is, about there. That would be the true apex frog. And then you got the base or widest part of the frog, or dimple, however they do it, which is about here. And then you divide this, let's move that forward just a hair. You divide this in half, like so. And then you take that measurement, which would be about like so, and this is where your toe is at. Okay, now it's done a couple different. Gene did a little bit different than this in that, well, his was just a little different, but this is what it came out in barefoot land as. Now here's the problem. The problem is that they're constantly taking the heels down to the base of the frog. And as you do that, you are constantly lowering the heels and constantly, actually in reality, trimming the heels out without realizing it. And if your frog wears out and gets real low, like say this frog got worn out and lowered back to here, then you'd be taking the heels down to here. See, it's not based on any kind of heel height like what I got here at all. And so now what happens is, for a while, let me use a different color. See my distance here? That's what it is at first. And so if I divide that in half, this is where I get my toe. Okay, but as I take the heels back and as they move back, what happens is once I totally trim the heel out, this heel here, in reality, the whole thing starts to move forward like this. Like heels that were here start moving forward because they become false heels as you're trimming them out, and they're following the shape of the foot. And pretty soon I have heels and a frog that is right here. Okay, so what happens then? This distance from here to here has shortened, right? So I come in here with my measurement and I measure where the true apex is, and I measure this area here. First of all, it's starting to make my toe look long because my heels have moved up to here, or what I think are heels. They become false heels. In reality, the whole back of the foot is being bent under, and the bars are being bent up into the foot. So now, one day I come out to do my trim, or if I'm a farrier, you know, I'm here, and so I'm going to measure, trim down to my true apex of the frog, and here now is the distance, and now I'm going to measure that about in half to where it's going to be maybe like so. Let me get that, like so. The distance has shortened, and now I'm going to measure my toe, and I'm going to take this up here, right there, and now I've got to bring my toe back a little more. It may not seem like much at first, but what happens is this distance keeps getting shorter and shorter here because the foot is being bent in the center, the heels are moving forward. Next time I might come and my heels are going to be clear up to here. Let's see, let's do it like this. Up to there, and so I'm going to measure this distance again and divide it in half, which be, I'm not doing this real scientifically here, about like so, and I'm going to come in here. Now my toe is looking very long, and it's a little bit shorter. Each time this area gets shorter, it makes the toe look longer when actually the toe isn't long at all. A lot of times the toe is normal, and this is why people would start shortening their toes and their horses would get really sore. So
Well, Linda,
yeah.
So basically, his measurements aren't bad as long as he's not trimming the heels out. Is
Yeah.
that right?
Yeah, it wouldn't be, but it still wouldn't be a way to determine how you're going to trim. See, it still wouldn't be a way to determine how you're going to trim because this distance between the heels and the base of the frog and the apex of the frog can be very arbitrary in here. It's not a constant. See, now look at, if you look, just a minute, I'll take a picture of this. And I mean, this is exactly what I did. Was I did this trim, and I faithfully did this 1/3, 2/3 balance to the equine foot trim. Oh, wait. Oh, I guess that was, well, look here. This is a foot that's on the forum that if you look at the side of it, it looks like it has extended cartilages. But when you look at this view, can you see how the bulb is pulled under the foot and held there by the frog? Let me make it bigger. I need to go find, let's see, resize. See, on these, this view, you can really see how those bulbs get pulled under and curled into the middle of the foot. Okay, I'm going to draw on it. Well, let's put it over here. And let me put this. Darn, wait a minute. Hold on. I'll put this one here.
Can I give an anecdote?
Yeah.
That one farrier told me about that situation.
What?
Not exactly me. It's just another person he told about that situation. Oh, it's because of the sand. It's because of the ground they are standing on.
Oh, yeah.
I said, okay, I'm sorry, but that's bullshit.
Yeah.
And yeah.
That's funny because
meantime,
what they told Bracy Clark.
Mhm.
Well, that's an excuse Bracy Clark gives in his book that the farriers, that they would say, well, why do the front feet deform or do this more, that contract more than the back feet? And so the farriers would say, well, because in the stalls, you know, the horses are standing in the wet manure, and so their feet don't dry out and their feet don't contract as easy and stuff. But he found out that was not the reason for it. See, like he says in the first of the book, it came to my attention after so many years that the reason being given for why feet are contracted was not real. See, this is what they've been told for centuries. And then they just tell us and they believe it. So, okay, so I don't know if you can see on this foot. I'm going to go find this foot and show it to you from the side. But it looks like a really good foot and like it has cartilage, and it deceived me. All right, because I was looking at it going, yeah, that foot looks great. Okay, but then I seen the side view here, and you could even look down at the heels and maybe not see it, except for one thing. One, you're looking at the hollowness of the heel here. Okay, because when all this gets pulled down over the real heel, it hollows out the heel and it develops this false concavity, and you can see how the frog is even bent in the center. And so look at here. You see this, how this is curled? Well, I need a bigger thing here. You see how this is curled in? You see how this wants to run forward here? And look at this dead frog that's right here. See, these this should not be curled under like that, but you can't see it from the side of the foot. And so I know that this horse, see, these horses have massive cartilages and the back of their foot is massive. And we have never really seen it to its full extent on some of these horses. And it would not surprise me if all these thoroughbreds that they say, oh, their feet are so bad and blah, 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 it would not surprise me if in the end, we don't find out that they have the most massive, amazing feet of all. You know, I don't know what kind of horse this is. This is the gal in the group that had the problem with the heels on that one horse. But on her own horse, it looked like he had great heels until I saw this view. And see, I never really liked this view before, but now I've learned to like it because it really shows, well, if you can get this part of it, not just straight from the side, because see, a lot of times they're in the barefoot realm, okay, they're taking this view of the foot more from the side because they want to show you how concave their feet are. See, people have been taught, oh, the foot is so concave. No, the foot is bent. The foot is bent, and this is false concavity, what you got going here. See, all this pulled down and under. Okay, so let's see. Let me go. I'm going to go find that foot. Just a minute.
While you're looking for that foot, there was someone who asked about the concavity and convex. I just wanted to say that you did a beautiful explanation of that either 1 or 2 YouTubes ago. And if she starts there, that would be a great resource for her.
Oh, okay. Thank you for remembering that, because I don't.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything. Let's see. Okay, where was that? Oh, that's, yep.
Linda,
Okay.
hi, I'm
Hi.
Angeliki.
Hi.
I'm sorry, I had a terrible problem with my internet connection. I just saw you for some 10 minutes and then I lost you again. Now I'm back. I just wanted to ask, because I will see it in recorded, the whole Zoom. But
Okay.
I wanted to ask you, did you speak about the cartilages when they get very dry and very bony? Did you talked about it?
I don't think so.
Ah, okay, because I am at that point. Now I have a hoof that is better, getting better all the time, but the cartilages are very stiff and very kind of bony and very attached to the foot.
Well,
Okay, I don't speak anymore. I will listen what you have to say, and then I'll watch the whole Zoom again, and then I'll put some questions about it on our next Zoom. Okay, thank you.
well, are you talking about the cartilages above the hairline?
Yes, yes.
Well, it could be that from the bead bound so long that you've got some side bone that the cartilage has turned to bone.
Yes, I feel that the same. That's the case.
Yeah.
But the problem is, I don't know if I can restore some of them, because after the hoof comes better, it seems like they stuck from the foot. I mean, I can feel them more relaxed, but I'm not sure if they get better any more than this.
Okay.
Thank you.
You know, I don't know either. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
You know, and I don't know. I don't think. Well, actually, I got X-rays on Valor, so I knew that his cartilages had not turned to bone yet, which was good. You know, I imagine though that whether they turn to bone or not, just restoring these feet, as you have seen, has already helped your horse, huh?
Yes, of course it did.
Yeah,
so we're in the middle of a trip. I mean, I feel like being in the middle of the restoration of the hoof, but we'll see. And she, of course, she has the ski tip coffin bone.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this turns out.
Yeah, mine does too. You know, Valor has that ski tip, has had it for a long time.
Well, she's 26 years old.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she's like me, old.
Yeah, I like me too. I wonder if I can restore some things.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thanks for sharing that. No, you don't have to be sorry. And you speak up and share whatever you want, anytime you want. And I don't want you to feel it at all like you're bothering or breaking in or nothing, because you are a good, wise woman and you've been doing this a long time and you see things, and we need to know what you think. Okay.
I was very happy about this lady. I don't remember the name of the lady, about the foal hoofs. Did you see the post? I was very happy because I would like to see how a foal that starts with tact goes on.
I would too. You know, you see, that's it. A pound of prevention is worth an ounce of cure, right?
Yes, of course.
You know, so, yep. Well, okay, so.
Sorry, ladies, I intervened this way. But
no, don't be that way. Don't feel that way. All right?
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Hey, quit saying that sorry stuff. And know that you need to break in anytime. And if you have an opinion or something to say, we need to hear it. All right?
Thank you very much. Thank
okay,
you,
dear.
all of you. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. That's something pertinent. Okay, now I was going to go get, I've got the foot. Now, who sent me that foot?
That was me, Simone.
Okay, Simona.
Yeah, with Dodo.
Simona. Simone in America is how I would pronounce that. See, now I wanted to say who sent me that foot because I was afraid I was going to pronounce her name wrong.
No, that's
Okay.
fine. That's fine. Don't be scared to
I get all paranoid.
pronounce. No, that's fine.
Okay, so what we have here, here's Dodo that she's been working on. Remember now she said it got wet and his foot erupted out the back, right? So what you're seeing here is the truth of what's going on with this foot here. How the cartilages in the true foot has been pulled under and bound in to a smaller hoof capsule, but they want out. They want out. They're not supposed to be like that. Like I want to take this foot here and I want to put it in snaglet. And see, that's the only thing about paint. I wish they had some sort of rotate other than like a better type of rotate. Let me hold on. I got to get a few things. So if you need to go take a bathroom break or something, feel free while I gather up a few things here. Okay. I want to open Snaglet so I want to rotate this so you can absolutely see.
If you want to rotate it, can you just grab the little square on the right down in the corner? Okay, it doesn't work.
Does paint do that?
Well, I don't know. I just
have I been doing that all this time? And it
just grab that and slide over it and maybe do a little circle. No,
it don't do it on here.
Okay,
just a minute. I figured it out. I got another program.
But just okay.
Copy, and then I'll take and repaste it. A second here. Yeah, in Paint it won't do that, unless it does that, and I didn't know it all this time. That would really irritate me.
And
yeah, because in the
rotate option at the top, there's a rotate option next to the select at the top. You know.
Really?
If you look at the top of the menu at the top, you can see the blue square where it says select, and underneath there's right next to it's rotate. It says rotate right now. No. Next to it.
Right
underneath eyes.
Yeah,
there.
Okay, except only certain degrees. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem. It won't let you like just barely flip that up.
Okay.
See, so I have to go take it to snag it and do this. See, now ideally, are you seeing here that this part of the bulb of this foot used to be just like this here? See, this is the smaller hoof capsule that develops when all this is pulled down and under. Remember, all this is soft cartilage and fat. And this is what that foot really wants to be. Can everybody see that? Kinda?
I think so.
Yeah.
See, I mean, wow.
Very pretty.
What'd you say?
It doesn't look very pretty.
It's not very pretty, is it? Yeah, it's like,
No,
whoa, my
it's
heels
not
really
pretty.
ran forward, you know?
Yeah,
It's
but
like-
I realized, but I realized very early when this happened, then that the heels doesn't run forward because Linda, I trimmed Dodo in a very short rhythm, so sometimes weekly, sometimes 10 days, and I trim a little bit, and I realized very quickly that isn't the running forward heels.
Yeah.
I realized, because of the blood, I realized also that the heel bulbs blurring out. So, but yeah, you can get scared and say, okay, oh my gosh, that's a laminitis.
Well, this is really, really interesting what we're seeing here, because see, his old heels are still stuck on him. See, these are still the old heels, and these are controlling what's going on now. You know how I've been talking about this hook here? See that little hook? Like when did you take this picture?
That's around 1 month ago, I guess, or
Okay.
1.5 months.
Since that
Yeah.
time, have you trimmed this little hook out here?
Of course. I do.
Okay. See,
Of course.
see, you can, okay, well, I didn't know. See that hook there?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. See now when this happens, you go, oh my God, what do I do now? Right? I mean, that's the way it feels.
Mhm.
But yeah, so what you're seeing here is the old little tiny capsule that was made from barefoot trimming. Okay, look right here. This got the same deal here. Okay, and in this case, the cartilages are bound up this way. Here, they've let go, is what has happened. So, okay. What time is it? It's 1:55. Holy Hannah. We just covered this one deal. Hold on.
So I'm going to ask the question I think is on everybody's mind.
Okay.
I know we can't reach in there and pull those heels back to cover up those bulbs. So what happens now? Inquiring minds want to know.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so we know that from Simone. Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah, perfect. So
okay.
Either way, that's fine. You
No,
can
it's
also say
not.
no.
See, I'm obsessive perfectionist, but you wouldn't know it to look at my house. Okay. See, ideally, what should have happened was the foot should have been gradually trimmed and all gradually trimmed out as it was grown on, but then what happened was they had a wet season. Did you happen to trim the periopal in the sides of the heels at some point before this foot exploded out the back?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No.
So in this case, it didn't have anything to do with it. It was the fact that the foot was trimmed, barefoot trimmed, or even farriers can do this, even if they're not doing a barefoot trim, because it's just natural because their deal is always take usually the heels back to the base of the frog. And so gradually you can trim those heels out anyway, and the whole back of the foot will curl around and be bound in just like that into a smaller capsule. And so it is constantly under pressure wanting to escape. And so if it gets wet enough, it's going to. That periopal skin, all it has to do is start loosening up. And let's say they lose their frog. Like if this frog was to be totally removed from this foot, it would probably, and then it was to be soaked or out in the wet, it would probably do this. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to do a more gradual, you want to start getting that frog better so it starts releasing a little at a time, and you're growing in some hoof capsule and trimming out the old and growing in the new. I mean, this is just my new theory on this from what I've done, because I didn't know that a lot of this was going on. Now I've had the bulb and frog separate here, but you would want to grow on the foot gradually and release it as you were, every once in a while we do a thing called reset the heel. Like usually we're trying to grow them to 1 3/4 to 2 inches, just to keep everything weighted. So it's pushing in hoof capsule up here and releasing all this. But then we'll do what's called a reset, where you'll take the heel down to 1 1/2 inches. Maybe if you've had them to 1 3/4, 2 inches. you decide, well, I need to take that down to 1 3/4. You see how that would trim out all that? And it starts growing from a place a little further back. You know, sometimes I have taken the heels down to 1 1/2 just to do a reset, to start growing from a place a little further back, but you kind of got to watch it because, you know, as you take this down, you're changing the angle of the horn tubules too. So you got to watch everything on the side, what's going on there. But what it does is it's trimming out that old foot when you do that too. See, reestablishing where the bars are and trimming this down every once in a while to a lower than we usually do is trimming out that old heel as the new heel is growing on, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean,
so in the meantime, though, you've got all this stuff, you know, because that's a process that we just talked about, all this heel bulb hanging off the back. Is that just a temporary scenario? Like when you described you moisturized Valor's foot and then it reabsorbed after a little while when things got dry?
Mm-hmm.
So horse's foot still, is Dodo's foot still like this? Did it stay like this for a while? Do we care? I mean, because it's a
in the meantime, I trimmed the heels out like Linda explained it. And I give him support with the DIM material and the horseshoe because my horse are not locked and they have to walk, and I want to have the angle, the right angle. And that's the reason why I put the DIM on it, and it works very well. Yeah, it gives him like a lift, and the wall is growing a little bit straighter, not this old shoe, because all the foot is coming back, and he's growing out that old capsule that Linda has explained before, and yeah, he's still not that bad in the meantime, but yeah, it's quite not perfect. So I have to set the falls. I have to create a new seed of corn, follow the white line and bring it a little more down and back and down and back, and let the rest grow. I don't know how I explain it right, so I'm sorry. But with the DIM material on it, I support the bulbs, and the horn, the capsule lost a little bit of the weight, so the horn capsule can grow more straight. And yeah, my hope is, yeah, okay, fine. Okay.
And see, not all of them erupt like that, you know. I mean, she's really got a tough situation to deal with there.
This is just the front foots. The back foots are total. There's no difference in my trimming. No difference between the front and the hind, and the hinds are growing very slowly. They don't get they don't expand like that fast. They do it very slowly. Yeah. And
does the horse overload on the front?
No, he's totally balanced, and
he's balanced.
He's totally balanced. Yeah, that was my first idea that I said, okay, he's not. No, he's not. He's not just on the front. He's not a front. I don't know how to say it in English. He's not a front walking horse.
And he's not lame, right?
Yeah, he's not lame. No.
See,
and he's growing. He's grown 2 centimeters since I do the tech trim, because he lifted up by himself with the cartilage. Those are like 2 centimeters. I don't know how much inch that are, but and he's walking like a dressage horse. He's a very special dressage horse, and he's 25 right now. I get him when he was 20. So, and all his time before he was on irons, and he was pressed in the dressage, and he has very good how do you say it? No, he's walking like an angel. it's like a couch, if you like to say it, if you ride him.
See, that's amazing. See, and this goes to prove how important the back of that foot is. I mean, you can imagine if your foot was crammed in a little tiny shoe. I mean, even though his shoe ain't fitting him perfect yet, just the fact that that back of that foot is released and his cartilage can expand, that's got to feel good. You know, I wanted to show this other foot, what it looks like from the side and how deceiving it is. The second here.
I would have a question to that other picture, if I may still.
Sure.
Linda. Could you, by hazard, just like mark up where the new heel would grow out? Just so that I, get a feeling of where that massive heel bulb would go to.
I know what you mean. Well, let me show you.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Go
mean
ahead.
on which picture?
On that picture from Dodo.
Okay.
Because right now it looks like the heel bulb was just, belongs to a different horse.
Oh yeah, I know it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I'll show you here just a second. Let me get back on there. Okay,
I
well,
have
first,
a picture. If you want me, I have a picture
yeah,
from
send it.
around 1 week. No, it was 1 week ago or so.
Okay.
Just a second, I send it.
So the heel that's stuck under here. Okay, first of all, it would come back up here and it would be kind of like this.
I think you have to share new, Linda.
Oh, duh. Okay, just a second. Let's see. I'm lost. New share.
Linda,
Yeah.
how would you get those heels to just grow?
Well, you have to get all this uncovered and moved. And
how do you get that uncovered and moved? That's my
okay,
question.
well, that's what we're talking about now.
Okay.
And stuff, but let me answer this question first, okay?
Okay.
I mean, that's a good question, and that's what all this is headed towards. See, you just asked too good of questions here. Okay, so you see, okay, well, what I'm trying to explain is going to answer that question too. Let me see here. Undo. Let me get something decent to draw with. Okay, so under here is the actual heel is being pulled forward and under here. This heel, if I can figure this out, is actually should be about here, but it's being pulled forward because it's cartilage and stuff. And then you'd have the coronary band like so. Okay, that's the inner foot. And so this heel here that you see here should be growing here. Right here. That would be the heel buttress growing from the back of the foot. And this would be the heel right here. So as she trims this out, see, ideally, this would have been trimmed out a long time ago, and new heel would have been growing in here gradually to where you got this. And the back and the foot that is pulled forward and under, this heel right here that's smashed down under, would have been released gradually. Okay. But
Question?
that didn't, oh, go ahead.
Sorry. So then as that's growing out, though, as the horse walks, would it not continue to crush the new heel growth?
Yeah, that is kind of what's happening here. But like, you can only take out so much. Like, see, you see how iffy I sound? That's because for me also, okay, I know what's going on, all right? But how exactly to rectify the situation, I am unsure of. Like, could we just take the whole heel off and let it come back out and grow a new one?
Linda, sorry, this is Elena from Hungary.
Hi.
I just want to ask Simone, because I really would like if she could show us one of the pictures after the trim.
Okay, let's see it now. Let's look and see
Because
what
you
happened.
know what I would be interested in, you were talking about these hooks. I would be interested to see where she took them off.
Okay.
If you, Simone, if you have that picture.
Yeah, I can send it on the messenger.
Yeah.
Because I have an idea, but I just want to have a look. I'm just
Okay. I send it on the messenger from the Tech Europe.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go look. But do you understand what I mean? It's one thing to know what the true foot should be, and then it's another thing to know, well, it's distorted.
But
and
you
then
know,
it's another thing to, okay, now how are we going to fix this? You know?
Because I'm just thinking, if you know, we think about we need to manage the whole structure, right?
Yeah.
And trying to keep the balance and keep things moving. So it's not, we need, like, for example, what I see here is that.
Uh-oh, you went dead. What happened? Oh, there you go.
The curve, when the bars, the internal bars are curving, right? So, sorry, just my sound. So when we just think about the internal foot on this foot, and we think about the bars, right? The internal bars. The bars, the old bars, the outside bars are pulling the new internal bars forward. So somehow we need to concentrate on disengaging. So we need really to concentrate on keeping the bars disengaged and cleaning the seat of corn as, you know, as clean and as perfect as possible. Because if we keep the internal wall disengaged from the bar, that somehow, what I see, it might help to move the heel back. We constantly need to maintain that part clean. The disengagement that we're telling about, when you take the knife and you go along the white line, you make the turn and you cut through the bar.
Yeah.
It's just the idea, you know, because, you know.
Yeah.
Until it's tried and tested, and you know, you see the result.
Yeah, I mean, you know, all this, we know that these feet are bound. We know they're being trimmed wrong. We know how it's done. We know what the true foot should be. Okay. But as far as fully restoring, especially once a foot has gone awry, and you got to see, and this has been a big problem for me in helping some people, which is why this particular case is helping me understand some things. Once you have that old foot on there, still stuck on there, but you got that new foot that's wanting to come on, and you know, how do you trim off that old foot correctly to get the new foot to grow on right. See?
Linda, can I jump in and talk about this for a
Sure,
moment?
yeah.
Hypothesize? Okay. So I'm working currently with my mare who I bailed out of a kill pen and I'm on the same question as the lady asked. If they are constantly crushing this heel as we're trimming, how do we grow out of this cycle is what I'm trying to explain. And I think, and I can't prove it, but what I think is, first of all, I totally agree. Everything starts with the hoof and then body work wise goes above. But what I'm starting to realize is I put my mare on different terrain and watch her organize her hoof and leg to a more comfortable position. And that's been allowing her hoof to grow more correctly without repeating the cycle. So I get that other people don't have the luxury of changing the footing of their barn if they're in a boarding facility or in their own private home, because this costs a fortune. But I've been experimenting of watching where my horse stands and how she organizes her hoof. I have loose gravel, so it's kind of like that Surefoot pad, but on a more larger scheme. And she organizes her body differently, and her heel has been starting to reverse engineer and come in. Even on those hinds, and I'm struggling more with the hinds, but I think Simone said my hinds are not coming in as strong as my fronts. Same here. But I'm curious if the horse can organize his or her body in a more anatomically correct position, can that help stop this vicious cycle? That's my 2 cents.
I agree with you. I'm a horse trainer, and so I see it all the time.
It's gone mute on my side. Is anyone there?
I can't hear. If Linda, if you're talking, we can't hear you. At least I can't hear you.
Thank you. Yeah, I had it on mute because I had to have a coffin fit. Okay. So okay. Now I got to backtrack to what I was saying. So I can see absolutely. I think that's fascinating what you just said, you know, about how you've seen her try to work her own thing out. You know, recently I was on a barefoot page, and this one lady had posted, and they're making, you know, the whole trail thing and stuff too. And she had watched her horses stand in this pile of gravel, and they like to stand uphill. And so they took that gravel and they made it into like a road mound, thinking that the horses like to, you know, walk over a mound. Like they made it like a hill with railing on the side and stuff. But I don't think that's what the horses were trying to do, you know, because we know all the feet are trimmed out of these horses, and you see them, they'll do things like with their back feet, they'll make a hole in the ground that they like to stand in, and they'll either stand on a hill downwards, but all of her horses like to stand in this gravel standing uphill. So what's that telling me about their feet, or what's going on? Because it had become a habit with them. They just go over to that gravel pile and stand uphill.
Because they're smarter than all of us, and they're organizing their body in the way that's comfortable for them.
Yeah, because of what's going on in their feet that's causing all the problems in their body. Right? Are you there, Tiffany?
Yep.
100%. Sorry, I mute myself so I don't
okay.
say stupid things like Duclaw.
Okay, and of course, this is all getting interpreted incorrectly because people don't know how screwed up their feet really are. You know, because they're coming up with stuff now, well, like I said, to where they're blaming it all on the body, and then they're blaming it on the rider. The rider doesn't know how to ride. He's screwing up the horse's body. And so if the rider learns how to ride right, then the body, the back's going to get straightened out. It's going to travel down to the hoof, and the hoof will be straightened out. See, because they don't know they don't know what is, so everybody's looking for an answer. Why are these horses so lame? Why do we need all this chiropractic and infrared this and body work and stuff like that for these horses? Well, and it's my belief, see, somebody thought that I didn't believe in nutrition, that I didn't believe in this and I didn't believe in that. I said, no, I believe in all that stuff. I just kind of arrange it differently. All that's important. The whole horse is important, but no foot, no horse. That's the bottom line. Those four little.
Sorry.
What'd you say?
Last share, I just attended a whole horse dissection and I cannot articulate any more clearly. I'm firmly on the same page as you. It starts in the hoof. And if you don't pay attention to this hoof, I don't care what, and I'm a body worker. I love the body.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, every single dissection that I've attended, it's always been problematic in the hoof first. And yes, your rider can add issues to it. They're not balanced and all that stuff. But yeah, nutrition, I'm with you, Linda. I am president of the fan club.
Okay. And so those people that are doing those, they don't know that this stuff's going on in the feet. People just don't know. So if you're missing a major aspect that you're drawing your deductions on, your conclusions and deductions, people take facts, things they know, they add them all up and they draw a conclusion. Well, if one of the major conclusions is missing, then all the stuff, or what I say, major conclusion, one of the major facts to the conclusion you're trying to draw is missing, you're going to come up with a wrong interpretation, because what we're really doing is we're looking at an object and we are verbally interpreting and understanding what's going on with that object. So if we have missed the fact that this whole foot can be bound up into little tiny capsules simply because we incorrectly trim the heels, that's a pretty big factor. How much of the back of the foot are you taking away from the horse? That is his whole foundation and how that foot functions. That foot, the pastern, everything has to function a certain way onto the digital cushion, onto the frog. The whole way the back of that foot is made is vital. Now, here we have Dodie's foot. Okay, now you can see that when this was all bound under, when all this here, isn't it amazing that the whole foot here could be bound clear down to here and compressed into a little tiny capsule? See? Now, gradually, you can see that he is growing heel buttress here, but he's still got his old foot here. How about that? Now, let's look at here. Just a second here. Maybe. Let me get this one picture out. Okay. Well. Okay, new share. There we go. Okay.
Linda, just a point for the previous picture. It's Eva here.
Okay.
It looks like the foal hoof.
Oh, this one?
No, the previous one, Dodo's.
Oh, yeah. Like the foal's hoof?
Yeah. Go back.
Okay. Okay. Like, I guess I'm not understanding what you're meaning. I'm sorry.
No, I said that you like the foal we were looking at on the Facebook today.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Dodo's hoof is exactly the same with a small hoof capsule and then growing bigger and bigger.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying, because it is the same. There's a similarity going on here. There's two ways a foot can be bound. One, the horse is already an adult and you start trimming the heels out, and it makes the hoof capsule smaller, and it takes that whole back of the foot and it bounds it down into a smaller capsule. 1, 2, you have a foal and his foot is growing. And because he doesn't get enough movement and all this, his frog never wears off. The periopal never wears off. His foot is growing. The back of his foot is expanding, but it's staying bound down in a smaller capsule because that frog and that periopal are binding it in there. Does that make sense? See, it's the same thing, only it's caused from 2 different reasons. Because you want that frog was meant to be supple and support the back of that foot and work with the digital cushion and stuff. And so when they're over trimming the heels, which they don't believe they are, okay, and it's reducing the size of the capsule, and you're never trimming the frog, and it goes dead and binds the whole foot. And so the foot never expands. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, something like that. I haven't had a foal since I was a youngster, so I never one of my own. But
okay,
I thought that the photos was so similar in if you just look quickly on it.
Okay, I'm
so maybe that's a way forward.
Yeah. I'm not understanding still, unfortunately, but that's okay.
But we can talk about it later. We can compare this with the full hooves and just to see if this expansion of the old dodo is a similarity with the small hoof capsule like the full hoof capsule.
Okay, I see. All right. Yeah. Okay, where was I now? All right, so let's go back to Dodo to look at Dodo's foot. It's here somewhere. There it is. Found you.
Linda, if you want to look at the pictures, they are earlier made. I send it on the Tact Europe group on the Messenger, Facebook Messenger.
I'll look at that. I'll look
Elena,
at that too.
Elena can also.
Okay, so Jackie, are you there still?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what I want you to see here is how the back of this foot gets bound in. Like, do you see how this was a smaller capsule at one time? Am I sharing? I need to share, don't I? Sorry about that. There we go. Okay. Do you see how this foot here, that this cartilage can be all pulled down here and bound into a smaller capsule? Like, this is where the foot used to be. Look at the heel, where the heel used to be. See it there? Does everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, so in growing the heels back, what you want to do is you want to start allowing this part of the wall to be higher. And so what it does is it encourages the growth to stay up here, and gradually this foot that was all bound down here is released, and as it does, it'll start growing this wall here in a different place. Like, look at it, it's kind of interesting. I'm going to draw this. Let's see. I need to annotate. Hold on. Okay, so let's say, now we see horses all the time with heels that look just like this. Okay, and this whole cartilage here, the hairline will be down like this, and the cartilage rounded out like this. See, this whole foot can be pulled down and bound into a capsule this size right here. but it is under tremendous pressure. But it's amazing how it can be held together by the capsule, by the periopal and the frog into this right here. Now we look here at this and we see, look at how the capsule has expanded up here. It's hard to believe that this whole capsule can be pulled down right into here, isn't it? Oops, something quit drawing. There we go. So just a minute. So we can see another capsule with the heels right here. Okay, but slowly, well, he erupted. And so he had to grow it from here, kind of down it. And so, but look at here. See this growth ring here? You got the same thing here on the new heel that's growing right here. There's a growth ring here. Isn't that interesting? Do you guys kind of see it?
Amazing.
Here's the new hairline. This is his true foot up here. Now we just have to figure out how to get the old part off as she's trimming it and get all this to start growing down like this. Here, let me go and let's go with a different color. Like this. And then eventually you'll be able to take that toe and bring it back and it'll grow down like that. And that's more his true foot. Okay. But in growing the heels, see, we're not just growing heel. We're growing in this side wall here. By allowing this to get longer, let me do a different color. Let's do red. By instead of just keeping the hoof wall short like this, we allow it to be about that much longer so it's bearing weight on the ground. And that weight is pushing upward up here to where the foot is bound. And so as the foot is growing, it's allowing capsule wall to stay in up here while this cartilage is being released and pulling up like this. And so it does this number.
Linda, did the fact that the bulbs erupted like that speed up the process of the hoof becoming the capsule becoming bigger, or is it even slower than this usual way that you are explaining?
You know, I don't know. I don't know. You know, I was talking to somebody the other day, and we foresaw a day when vets might actually be removing, like, say, one heel at a time. And the reason I think about this is because I had some pictures of this vet there in Germany, and there was a horse that broke off or did something happen to the heel. And so he came in and he removed the whole capsule wall and then put the foot in a cast for the horse to grow back a whole new heel. And so I see in the foreseeable future that it could be a situation if you had a horse that was really bound. Of course, this is going to be widespread knowledge, and there won't be as many horses with feet like this, right? We're going to grow them right from the get-go and stuff. But I could see a day when you just come in and remove the whole thing and support it with DIM and let it expand and then just grow back in like so.
Linda, sorry, this is Elena again. I had a foal. I don't remember. I have pictures. I can find the pictures and send you. And he cut the heel off. I mean, it was just hanging. I don't know how it happened, because maybe it was piece of glass or something in the soil. And he was fine. I think he was like around 1 year old when that happened. And I just removed the heel completely on the front leg, I think it was. And no problem, it grew back.
See, and I've seen that happen on a few horses.
And I think here, I think for Simona, because she's using dim material all the time.
Mhm.
So if she's going to experiment with the heels a little bit, still she will be supporting him with the dim, so it won't be a problem for the
Yeah.
horse. He will be still supported, so the heels will be growing. I mean, you can already see, they will not collapse because he's wearing boots all the time with, with the support material.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if, like, on something like this, like, okay, you know, when you see when they self-trim in hair and they'll take a big chunk out like that.
Yeah.
See, I don't see any reason why you couldn't do that, even up to here.
My horses, when I started to use tacked, I noticed, like, I have this big mare, and she lost huge chunks from the quarters from where you show.
Oh, really? Well, see, and if you look at the bottom of this foot, you can tell she hasn't got a tight
I will
white
show
line.
you the update and her. Okay. Yeah, I will send. Very interesting.
Okay. Simone, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Now this hoof has been trimmed since this time, right? God, can't even talk. Didn't you say?
No, this was the other hoof that
Oh,
I
okay.
sent you, but I trimmed it. I trimmed it already. Maybe you remember the emergency call that I asked for around. Yeah, this was after you told me what I have to do. It was more horrifying before on the left foot. The left foot was more worst. So but I don't have pictures. No, I have to trim him this week again. So maybe I can send you pictures after the trim.
Okay, that'd be great. You know, see, we're all learning. This is a new field, obviously, and so understanding all the ins and outs of it, well, you know, see, this is why when you become involved with TAC, you actually become an independent researcher gathering data that we can all put together to be able to change this field in the world and learn the truth about the horse's feet and end this needless suffering, because that's what's really going on. Oh, go away. That was a phone. Landline. In this needless suffering, because it's been going on for centuries. I suggest that everybody read Bracy Clark's book, and even if you don't want to read the whole book, start reading parts of it, at least the first and second chapter, and look up things like the word suffering. I wrote down all the places where he put the word suffering. The reason horses are suffering is because of man's ignorance about their feet. And the worst part about ignorance is when you think you know, but you're ignorant. See? And that's what's going on. And it's even worse now because everybody wants to have an online class and an online course, and they're being taught by these people that they know what they're talking about. I had a deal run through the other day. Some guy that started Premier Hoof Help is the most god-awful looking foot, you know, a god-awful looking trim, but he's going to give you Premier Hoof Help. You know, people are doing this all the time. Starting courses, starting classes, that's the big thing, see? I mean, does anybody get all those ads besides me? You know, about doing online businesses and doing courses and doing classes and hey, do your own app and hey, you're a coach and do you understand? And hey, that's great. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to have that freedom, but not when you're teaching a subject that you think you know that you really don't. Okay. And how I'm an expert at this. All right. because that's what my whole YouTube channel was about. Okay, I thought I knew what I was talking about in most of those videos from actually I started in 2005, but I erased the first 2 years and started a different channel. I erased the first 2 years because it was totally bonkers. And then I started again in 2007 and did it wrong again and had to come and tell people, hey, this is wrong. And I found it out. How did I know? Because I had a horse that loved to run and just kind of stopped loving to run. Doesn't that tell you something? And then they tell you, well, it's transition. Well, you need boots. Well, you need this. Well, you need that. Well, it could be what they're eating. It's a whole horse issue. See? So lots of people, we are really fighting a war here of disinformation. I can't believe I said that. All right. Yeah, when it comes to hoof care, it started. I'm telling you, hoof care 200 years back is the king and queen of disinformation. I mean it. And so all this disinformation making us think we know what the heck we're talking about, and we're so sure, when we don't. And it's a tragedy, you know, like I kind of joked around about it there, but you have no idea how much it distresses me. When you learn the truth, and then you start looking around, and then you start seeing how many people are so convinced that they know the truth, when in reality, what they know is destroying these animals. Look, if this horse's foot is really this big, and it's probably bigger than this, it's probably more like about that, okay, what by the time all is said and done. And it can be compressed into that. What is that doing? Right? What is that doing? So I wanted to show you this other foot that we were looking at here. Just a minute here. Let me undo, clear all. There we go. Stop annotate. And so anyway, to finish off this little part here, we're growing in Capsule up here. The thing was that Dodie's foot got wet and decided to pop out before the capsule was grown in up here. And so now you're stuck with this old part of the hoof, trying to get it trimmed off and, you know, do the go-between. But like she said, now that would be the king of run forward heel there. That'd be freaking everybody. Oh my God, look at those run forward heels. This is the reality of what is really a barefoot trim. If you let the trims go beyond 3 or 4 weeks, if you would let a barefoot trim go like say 3 or 4 months, it turns into a monster. But if a hoof is true and right, you could let it go for 6 months and it's going to stay about the same. So that's why you have to keep trimming them. Constant to keep them in that little bitty shape. See, where all this is pulled down and it's going to grow forward like this. Okay, so anyway, new share. So what I wanted to share, okay, we're back to this foot again. So there's Dodo's foot again. Again, you can see this foot was all like if we let's do this.
I guess you have to new share it.
Oh, sorry. Wait. Where am I at? I'm lost. Oh, there you are.
Now we see the two.
Okay.
The two different hoofs.
Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to share.
Okay.
Let me undo some stuff here. Look here. If I did this, let's just take the back of that off. See there? doesn't look as bad now, does it? Okay, now this foot here could be this foot here. All this here, over here, just bent down and shoved into there and covered up by an old dead frog. So this foot here is what I want to show you how it looks from the side. So just a second here. New share. Darn. Just a second. I'm going to have to shut some stuff down. Oh, wait. No, here it is. Okay. You see this foot here? No, you don't, because I ain't sharing it yet. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. More. Share screen. Okay, you see this foot here? That looks like pretty good foot, doesn't it? Look at the cartilage. Looks pretty good. Who would say, who that knows tack and knows cartilage and hairlines and stuff, would you say that looks like a relatively good foot with decent cartilage?
I think so.
Yes.
Okay. Me too. All right. So I was looking at it.
But
And
Linda,
then, yeah,
Eva here says that all the lines are going down, dipping down in the heel. So
yeah. So that's telling us something, isn't it? See right there. But still, it's not real bad, you know. But here's the foot. So what's that tell you? See that all this here.
You need to share.
Oh, sorry. Well, just a second here. New share. Okay, this is the foot right here. See? So irregardless of how it looks on the side, it looks like it has good cartilage. Look, this much of it. Oh, where is it here? Let me get. Look at all this is pulled down. All this is pulled down. That's bulb. That's pulled down behind the foot right there. That's not supposed to be there.
This view is really, really, it's a picture is worth 1,000 words.
You're muted again, Linda.
She might be coughing, but I'm guessing we should add this view to our shots.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I did have to cough there. This view, yeah, you're right. That really tells you a lot, doesn't it? See, because what happens is this cartilage gets pulled clear into here. Clear into here. I've talked about this before about spooling. I called it spooling because I knew the cartilage got pulled down, but I didn't realize it got wrapped into the foot like that. And that's why I was telling you on my horse's heels how they were turned in like this. Well, now I know why, you know. And so what happens is like the cartilage can be pulled down like so as you trimming the heels down. It can be pulled down, but the foot wants to pull back up. But what happens to the back of the foot then is as the foot is pulling back up and it's actually pulling the hairline back up to make it look like it has heel, there ain't no heel. So instead, it gets wrapped around and in like that. And then the next thing you know, you have a fake heel and it's sidewall. Like this is sidewall. This is not, well, there might be some heel buttress in there, but a lot of times you'll have sidewall with bar like that you think is the real foot, but it's not. Anyway, like I said, trying to see this in 6D like Hoof Capsule's doing one thing and all this is going blah, blah, blah. But boy, inner foot's doing a whole different dance. And, and then somebody called it that too one time. This trimming is a dance, and sometimes your partner ain't all that great. So we're just kind of dancing around, trying to get things to unwrap and unloose and grow in the new and off, in with the new and off with the old. So, okay. Well, anyway, all right. I think, what time is it? Okay, so you know what? We have been here since 11 o'clock. And it is 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. That's almost 4 hours just talking about this one issue. I wanted to get to these feet on the forum and everything else. Oh God. Which I'll tell you what, we will. God, there's so much to do. I ought to just start doing an hour of this a night or something, and stuff. Do you see how difficult it is? Like, this isn't something you could even do in a 3-day clinic. Do you understand that? That you have to show all these examples and all this stuff, because we're looking at hundreds of years of error that we're trying to undo, and then trying to understand this horse's foot. You got the distortion and the versions of the false foot, and then you got the real foot that you got to know. I mean, it's just a lot of work, guys. A lot of work, a lot of knowledge. And yet it's simple. It's simple and complicated at the same time. But it's like tying your shoes. At first, it's like, kind of difficult, or learning to read, but we're learning to read the truth about the foot and the capsule and what goes on. And then, see, here's the good thing. I share with you, and then you're going to be applying this to your horses, and you're going to see things that I haven't seen, and be able to share that back. And then we can all grow together, and we collect data that we can combine to form into a unified body of knowledge that we can all contribute to help the horse. Is that understood?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
So see, I'm interested in helping people be unified together in this cause. This isn't a glory me trip for me. This is a cause to help people and help horses and change the lies. I mean, people don't mean to lie, okay? But basically, we've all been fed a bill of goods that's not true. And the people, and we've inherited, this is inherited. So I'm not blaming any one person. This is, well, I could go back 200 years ago and blame that guy that ran that vet school. I could blame him for a lot. But we're not blaming anybody here. We're just stating the truth of what's going on and what people have done and the conclusions they've come to. Nobody's evil, well, a few ex-members of my group, maybe. No. Okay, whatever. But nobody's evil per se. Okay, nobody would purposely go, oh, I'm going to, cripple these horses and make all these people believe that they're helping their horses when they're really killing them. Nobody's really doing that on purpose, but it's still happening. I believed a lot of things that were not true, and I shared it with others. So I spread the virus, see? And that's kind of what it is. It's like a virus in our brain that is affecting us, to where we think the foot should look a certain way when in reality it's totally different, So anyway, so I don't want to per se condemn anyone, but I'm not going to hold back from telling the truth either. You know, as far as barefoot trimming, everybody was led to believe that one model foot of a wild horse that wore its heels out was what every horse's foot should look like. And that's the God's truth. Okay. Now, obviously, if veterinary science wasn't sorely lacking in the truth to begin with, that would not have happened. You know, everybody has tried to do their best. But when the foundation of your education is laid in error to begin with, that's all you have to build on, you know? So, and here's the thing about barefoot trimming. My horse's feet all got better. Okay. I want to show you something. If I can find it here. Just a second here. Under hoof memes that I make here. Hoof. Oops. No. Maybe if I can find it. What I had a picture of a hoof. Maybe it's under logo. Just a minute. Oh. Well, Dolly G darn. Oh, maybe it's under tactic. NOPQRST. Ah. Okay, I found it. This is what I found out. Okay, so here's Chester's foot, 5 weeks post trim. He's a little long in the toe, but he fit into his heel real good. And so this is what I found out over time. You have traditional farriery on one side. And it's like, remember playing teeter-totter? You know, where you go up and down, and this is kind of a scale. Well, you have traditional farriery over here. Sometimes the toe gets so long and the heels get so long, or the heels get way run under, or all these different kinds of distortions happen over here. And then way over here, you have barefoot trimming that foot down into a 30-degree hairline, an itty bitty capsule, and compresses the whole foot into a tiny capsule. And you have these two extremes. And in between the two, you go this way. Like I was over here. My horse's feet were turning into big platters and getting really big. And then I started doing the natural balance trim, what I could from learning it online. And I started going this way, and I got about to here, and his foot really improved to a degree, but I probably started trimming the heels out even then, because you're taking the heels down to the base of the frog. Then I learned Cheryl Henderson's trim, which was really a Strasser trim, and I really started taking the heels down. And then I learned how to take the toe back, and then I started going this way over here. See, so this is why it's so deceiving. And if you happen to have a horse that has some good dead frog that stays thick, he never totally gets his heels trimmed out, and so he could stay in this range somewhere and be relatively sound. Okay, but see, they all think it's the same. See, that's another thing you have to learn. How do you tell the difference between periopal and frog? And see, a lot of times the frog and the periopal skin will attach clear down to the bottom of the heel here. And so it will look like you have a short heel unless you look at the side view, you know, and even then I already showed you how you could have a side view like this and still have some foot wrapped up in there. And so you can look like you have a short heel, but in reality, you do have some frog. But they hardly would ever take pictures of the side of the foot. It's always the sole most of the time. I did for years. I just took pictures mostly of the sole. And so you can look like you have frog and not have it. Different things can happen to where you may be doing barefoot trimming, but you're staying within a range here for one reason or the other. But then one day you come out, your horse has shed his frog, and you think, oh, the heels have grown. I got to take out down the heels, and you're going to move this way, see? Or you could be around here, take out too much heel and not know how to take back the toe, and you could move kind of this way. So there's these horses, this is anatomy, and there's a delicate balance here. Okay, so do you understand that? How you can move in either direction? See, and so only by really understanding the anatomy, and we're understanding more all the time, and as we trim more and we learn different things from one another by different trims, and we share things. I learn so much from what people share. Different things, you know, different details that I see in my own horse, and then I'll see it in somebody else's and stuff like that. So anyway, all right, so you see this. All right, this is what we want everybody in the world to know. Everybody, what is anatomically correct so we can help horses. Like I said, this is not a glorify me trip. This was always just, I want to be able to fix my horse, and then I got obsessed over it, and then wound up helping other people and learning a whole bunch. And so I just that's all this is about. It's about helping people and helping horses. That's it. And helping you to help people and help horses. And got some plans on helping you to help people to help horses, but they'll be coming out later. So, do. All right, what do we got here? Okay, so here we are. This is the foot. Uh-oh. Company.
Linda, it's me and my dog barking.
Ah.
Here, I must say something to everybody. I must have about 2,000 photographs of Benenitra's hoofs. We went it's about 10 years now that I'm trimming her, to all kinds of deformation. And I must tell you that I went from the left arrow to the right arrow something like 30 times.
Me too.
Yes. And always come a new thing, but always I try to be just a tad better, and she's better.
Yeah.
But still we have a lot of things to do and to know how to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody should think that is an easy experiment and the results will come right away. If we say, if I, for example, say, people do this and you'll have this other result, it never goes like this, never. You have to try and to make an experiment and another one, and then to go back a little bit and forth a little bit, and it goes like this because we don't have concrete results yet.
Yeah.
But the whole trip is for the best.
Yes.
And this is something everybody should understand. We are in the middle of this soup making. I mean, I feel like this. I had all my Beninitra's heels down. She had no heels. Then she got some heels, but all the hoof twisted in some place I didn't expect to. And then she got all this deep disconnection of the wall or deep thrush that came out when she shed all sole, bars, and frog all of a sudden. Then she came back with other things. I mean, we are in the search of things and of knowledge. So be patient, and I wish you to be lucky to find the exact thing to do at the exact moment.
Yeah.
To have concrete results. But the whole thing goes for the best.
Yeah.
That's why I am stuck to tact, and I will always follow you in tact. Because I've tried everything. Everything works, but it has to work everything at the right moment. So it's quite difficult what we are doing with everybody.
Yes,
not
it
only
is.
you, not only me, but everybody tries to do things, and we will have results at the end. But it will take time and work.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to
Yeah.
say.
Yeah, and every single person is important. Because the thing about it is, here's the fortunate part. We are way ahead of where we were 10 years ago. Huh, Angelique? See, we are way ahead. We are ahead of the game. If you're just getting into this now, lucky you. You know, lucky you.
And not only this, but even people who are extremely negative to us now, after a while, they really understand and they see things we are saying now.
Yeah.
I discovered that too many people in Greece, because I always speak about Greek horses and Greek farriers and Greek owners, there is a huge difference in these 10 years.
Good. Yeah.
People, even if they don't admit it, they just take something out of tact. And that's the good news.
Yeah, and that's good. You know, any little thing, you know, that leads us on a road to correcting what's wrong and figuring out what's right, you know. Obviously something's wrong because there are multiple multiple places on the internet about lame horses, you know, and all of us who see, this is a great thing about horse owners being independent researchers, and that is you've been, this is what you've been the whole time anyway, without even realizing it, because you notice when a hair is out of place. You notice we women especially, we spend time watching these horses. We care for these horses. We know when one little thing is wrong, like, oh, his eye just don't look right. You know, something's up and stuff. And so we make the best researchers, not some guy in a lab in a college that's sending off his little lab assistants to do his dissections for him while he goes hobnobbing at, you know, at farrier symposiums. and stuff and barbecuing it with the barefooters. All right. Not the academics. And believe you me, for a true academic, like somebody that has learned and got degrees, but they're still expanding and thinking, I have the most respect for people. Okay. I love education. But a lot of times in academia, you have nothing but bias. Okay. And so if you started with a preconceived idea, that's going to make its way into your research and into your writings. And so the best independent researcher, see, true science, you'd have multiple independent researchers all researching the same thing, but in different locations. Okay. And so that is what we have here. We have all these women. They love their horses. They notice every little detail about what's going on with them. And so you are the best independent researcher to gather the data that's either going to show whether this is true or not true. And here's the thing. We're no longer blaming it. Now, diet, we need to have a good diet. We need to have minerals. We need to have the vitamins, all the best, whatever. All this other stuff does matter, but it is not the end all for it. And it is not the cause. The cause of why these horses are lame has to do with what we've been doing to their feet, period. Well, there's one here and there. Maybe that's not the case. Okay. I'm not saying that. So you, as an independent researcher, see, that's what we are. We're going to be a unified body. This is what I want to build, a unified body of horse owners who are also independent researchers who can give their testimony and can show ultimately what the true anatomy of the foot will be, because they've gone through it. They watched these horses. It's like I said, my horse loved to run. Now, he's bred to run. He's a grandson of Mr. Masterbug, and Mr. Masterbug was an All-American Futurity winner. And so, and his dam was a double triple bred 3 bars mare that had a lot of thoroughbred in her too. And so he loved to run. My colt loved to run like you wouldn't believe, and he could run like the wind. Well, I just noticed gradually he kind of quit loving to run. Something's up there, right? And so that was starting to give me a clue that things weren't all good. So that's the way you all are. I mean, I see all these women on Facebook and they post pictures of their horses. And I mean, they know every little thing, every little attitude, every little hair out of place. You see what I'm saying? So, so you're the best researcher. There we go. Okay. So, I really don't think I'm going to have time to go through those pictures on the hoof page, but you know what, I think I'll do some special deals and go through that this week, and if somebody wants to join in with that, they can. For right now, let's do an open session. If there's anything that anybody wants to comment on, if you have a disagreement, keep it to yourself. No. Just joking. I promise I won't bite your head off. Okay. Okay. If you have a disagreement or you see something another way or you don't understand something, well, what do we understand really? But if anybody has a pressing question or something, we'll take the next 15 minutes till 3:30 to work on that. So I'll open the floor to you there.
Linda, can I ask a question?
Sure.
When we're sort of clearing out the central sulcus, all the sort of the stitched in dead periopal skin, I'm finding that that's growing back like 2 or 3 days. It's all back again. Does anybody else find that? And should I just keep taking it out every time I pick the feet up if it's there, if the central sulcus has sort of disappeared again? Just keep trimming it out?
I would, except I would also pay attention that you're not overdoing it to where your heels will contract, because that periopal and everything moves in there also, because that's your frog stay area.
Yeah.
Okay. And so having that grow between the bulbs is what keeps your heels from contracting.
Right.
And so you got to remember that this is also gradual. You need to look at the side of the foot here to see how much heel do I still need to grow in, you know?
Right.
So I would not overdo that.
Okay.
And I would pay attention to what's going on here, because let me show you something here. Just a second. I'm just going to show you something on Chester's foot that's real important, I think, to remember and to understand. Always look at the side of the foot and what's going on, how much capsule you have, how much hoof capsule you got to continue to grow in. I think this falls under controlled release, because that periopal is all there for a reason, which is to hold the foot in since the horse has worn its heels out in a drought or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Let's see.
One particular horse has got he's got nothing. He's got a completely pancaked foot. And I can only get the tiniest central sulcus into that anyway, because there's just no depth of frog. So I just sort of keep carving the little bit out that I've got access to.
Okay.
But the foot itself is a complete train wreck.
Okay. Well, now see my back feet on my horse? I always say they're behind my front feet. Well, no kidding. But behind in the advancement of the trip. Oh, yeah. Okay, I will. I'm looking for the picture. Okay, here we go. Just a minute. New share. Okay, so this is Chester, the wild horse.
Yeah.
And can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, so this is Chester, the wild horse I started doing a couple years ago, and he was caught in between 2.5 and 3, and then adopted by my neighbor, and then he was trimmed for 1.5 years, 2 years by a farrier, which, you know, was gradually trimming the heel out here and allowing the toe to get long. You see that?
Yeah.
But he wasn't over trimmed and stuff. Well, then he got bought by my friend Sharon, who's a group member, and but she lived in California. She's moving to Missouri, and she couldn't pick him up. And so we worked it out where I go over and trim him at my neighbor's house till he can be transported to her house, which took another year. And so I started trimming him, and I mean, he had beautiful, massive cartilages and feet. I learned a lot from him. Well, okay, so I kept trimming him up, and I want you to see a progression that happened here. Now, this is a trim I did after I wasn't able to trim him for like 8 months. I'll show you the way his foot looked here, if I can find it. All right, up, there we go. So the story goes that I kept going. I trimmed him like 3 times. And then just life situations are happening. I know he's my neighbor, but I still couldn't get over there to trim him. And on the day I was going to go trim him, which had been 3 to 4 months, my neighbor says, "Oh, we're going to take the horse up to Sharon." So I couldn't trim him. Right. So then I couldn't get up. She didn't want to trim him because she was unsure of him. And I was going to go up and help her and stuff like that because he's green broke, you know. And so I didn't get up there to her house for another 4 months. So he goes for like 8 months without being trimmed. And the whole time I'm freaking out, thinking, oh God, it's going to be so distorted. It's going to be terrible. Oh no. You know, so I get up there and here's his foot. And we took pictures and stuff. Well, it trimmed right up into this. Pretty good there. And here's the back of his foot. What the back of his foot. Now, what's going on here? Look how the bulb skin is stretched. Now, do you understand the concept of how when a foot grows too long, how it creates leverages that is pulling the capsule off?
Yes.
That way? Okay,
yes.
and so the back of the foot is wanting to stretch up this way because the foot itself doesn't want to be pulled under there. And so it's pushing up this way. It's no different than when you're trimming the heels out. It creates the same leverage. Well, look at this skin here. See how that periopal skin is getting wide?
Yes.
There, because it's stretching and growing at the same time. And so then it looks like this. Now see how it gets wider here, starts getting wider. Well, see, that is not the true anatomy. You'll see a lot of horses that got big bulbs and big bulb skin.
Yes.
That's a distortion from the heels being trimmed out. And so, all right, so I trimmed him up. And here you see it. I took that out.
Yeah.
Stuff that had started. Now this is 5 weeks later, what it looked like over here.
Okay.
Okay. And so this is 5 weeks later. Now, what I want you to notice here is see how wide the bulb skin was here?
And it's come back.
Yeah. What it was the growth in his heel stayed in the capsule, and then the capsule fit into the foot.
Right.
See that periopal skin? It's only a little wider right there because that's meant to just cover that area right there. But this should be the same width all the way like that. You should never have it wider like that. This tells you a lot of times how much capsule is trimmed out.
Oh, most of my horses have that.
Okay.
All of my horses have that because I haven't been doing this very long. But yeah, but it's just, how often do we keep? Because at the moment, that's what I'm mainly sort of
okay. Well,
about.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
After all that explanation. Okay, so what we're doing is we're weighting the bottom of this foot. I didn't really do it there, but we're weighting this so that this is going to start the growth from the coronary band is going to add capsule into here. And so you want to pay attention to this and to the expansion of the cartilage. And so you're going to want to do a lot of that gradual, like, so it's like a combination of reading several different things. Right. Because I think, in fact, I know that if you over trim those frogs, that it could be that the heels will contract because they need to have something in this area here, in here,
right,
to keep the heels from contracting. Let's see if I can see something. Let's see here. Let me go back. Okay, see how this filled up that whole area?
Yeah, yeah.
And stuff. And does that make sense? Like,
yeah.
See, he's still got a frog stay, even though I trimmed that out there. He's got frog clear up into here.
Yeah, yeah.
See, growing between the bulbs. Like, let's see here.
So I want to clean it out, but only every sort of 3-4 weeks.
Yeah, and that way that gives the foot time to adjust and move and grow,
right,
and stuff like that. Like I can show you. Well, I think I might have shown you on my gilding how I didn't even know that this was going on with this back foot, but I started putting in a central sulcus Oops,
Yeah.
just a minute. And anyway, it's still helped.
Yeah.
But,
Okay. Yeah, it was just because I seemed to sort of trim them and then I picked the feet up a few days later and it's almost filled in again. And it's just whether do I keep hacking it back or do I just leave it for a period, then take it back a bit. But as you say, I need to read the cartilages and need to read the tension in the bulb skin more than just the filling of the central sulcus.
yeah, I that's all I can tell you about that. You know. Sorry.
No, well, I say we're all learning.
Yeah.
I've got everything literally from a Shetland to a Shire, and I've got flat-footed horses, and I've got horses that have been barefoot for years with bad trims, and horses that are only recently barefoot.
Yeah.
So I've got a lot to work with, and they're all different. So we've just got to sort of work it out as we go, as to how much we do.
Yeah, that's all I can think of. Like, here's my mare's foot after of course, I took the hoof capsule off and then I took the sole out and the hoof contracted, but it showed me this was not, how her foot was in real life. She had, the bulbs were spread apart. But can you see how they can contract if you don't have anything there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I know I do long drawn out explanations.
But that's all right. That's all right. We learn more that way.
Okay. Okay, here I'll show you this picture from 2012 to 2020. Now the foot I should show you what this foot looks like now. But you see how different the cartilages are?
Share, Linda.
Oh, sorry. Maybe I don't want to share it, so god awful looking. Does anybody else get embarrassed about their horse's feet? Do you ever get embarrassed to share? Oh, well, I know the heels look a little run forward. And,
I'm embarrassed by my horse's feet in general, but I'm Oh dear. But I claim I'm still new to this. I've only been trimming for the last 2.5 years at all. So it's all still very new to me. But I'm much happier with how their feet look.
Yeah.
Started learning for myself than I was when I had other people doing it for me.
Yeah. Well, I get embarrassed because they put this image in your head of this cute little tidy foot, right?
Yeah.
And so then when you start growing these heels and stuff and everything just kind of bursts out, you're like, oh, that's embarrassing. I don't know if I want to show people that or not,
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds nuts, but
we're grateful that you do, because then we don't panic when we see it in our horses.
Okay.
Especially like Simona's horse with Dodie. I mean, that must have been terrifying when his feet did that.
Oh yeah.
But
oh, believe me, it was terrifying.
But it's going to end up as being a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, does anybody else have anything they'd like to say?
I have a quick but random question, if it's okay.
Sure.
Can you tell me the known effects of antibiotics on hooves?
Me?
Yeah. Anyone?
The known effects of antibiotics on hooves.
Yeah. How about this? Do antibiotics affect a hoof?
I don't have any idea.
Okay.
Usually when I'm on them, I trim the same.
Sorry. I meant the horse, but okay. Hi-oh.
Usually a nice round of antibiotics and steroids does me a wonderful good. Okay, no, just joking. Anybody else have something? Yeah, I don't know about that, but I've heard, different things. But then too, again, when they don't know this is going on to begin with, are they now blaming bad feet on antibiotics? And if your foot was totally compromised and bound up like this and full of inflammation and hemorrhaging to begin with, and then you put the horse on antibiotics and it had some sort of a double effect on him. Do you see what I'm saying? You know, I know
Yes.
that grass has a double effect on my pony because she's got such bound up feet. You know, I do know it has an effect on her, that if I'd let her out here and she eats any amount of grass, too much grass, she'll be sore for 2 or 3 days. You know, so it does have an effect. All this stuff has an effect once they're already compromised. But I think if a horse has good solid feet, it might, I don't think it would as much if it does. But you know how they are too. They don't want us to have any antibiotics. Uh-oh. Don't be a conspiracy theorist. Okay. All right. Anything else?
Thank you for today.
Hey, you're welcome. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for today, Linda.
For
you for really interesting day or night.
Hey, you guys have a great week. And I'm probably I've been gonna start and do a couple of either commentaries or semi-hoof chats a couple evenings a week too, because I don't feel like I'm getting enough subjects covered on 4 or 5 hours a week during oh my goodness. You know, who would think that people could sit through this like they do, right? It's amazing. So you know, but anyway, okay. Hey, you guys have a great week.
Thank you, you too.
We'll see y'all.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye,
Thank you. Good night.
everybody.
Thank you,
Bye.
Linda. Bye.
Bye. Love y'all. You're the best.
Bye.
Bye-bye.